Because on this day,
Yeah.
that song's 35 years old.
Oh, geez, really?
35 years ago today, New Order released the single True Faith.
New Order growing out of Joy Division. The band formed after the demise of Joy Division, and Joy Division demised because they're the guy who, Ian Curtis, hanged himself.
Yeah.
He didn't feel like he could go on.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
See, we're old enough to have this kind of perspective because
Okay.
we were around when this song was released, and we played it on the radio when it was new.
Nobody else was playing it in Salt Lake City, but
That's
we
true.
were.
And I never really appreciated New Order at the time. You know, I was in that, stuck-up musical phase that younger people go through.
There's no guitars in it. I don't like it.
Unless it's this, I don't like it, whatever that may be. And it's not until later in life that I have realized I appreciate New Order.
You've matured, and your musical tastes have expanded.
And I wish I would have woke up earlier.
It's fine.
It's hard to do.
It's never too late. It's never too late. And even on your deathbed, you could have, well, I really like New Order. Actually. Hi.
Hi.
Gina not with us.
No.
Still searching those tobacco farms.
Yeah, see, we should, I don't know if we should have revealed this, but last Monday, we've revealed that Gina's voice is the way it is because she smokes 2 packs of unfiltered cigarettes a day. And I don't think she really wanted people to know that.
I'm sure she didn't, but you decided to choose to tell everybody, so.
That's me. Spoilers all around,
Yeah.
And so she's on a tour of tobacco farms.
Yep.
Looking at being a gentlewoman tobacco farmer.
Well, it's always been code. When she said Christmas tree farm, when she said she wanted to be a Christmas tree farmer, that's what she means.
Exactly.
Tobacco plantation.
I'm still a bit dubious that she's going to be able to grow a good crop of tobacco up in the Ogden Valley.
Well,
she can try.
Well, I guess she will.
With the way the climate change is happening.
Well, that's a good point.
It's going to happen.
Hey, I was in Walgreens yesterday. I go
bragging. Humble brag there.
I go to the Walgreens because just for certain items, they have the deodorant that I like, and they have some lotion that I like, some expensive lotion. So I go to Walgreens, and usually it's not very busy, but something was going on yesterday. I don't know what, but I had to stand in a line. They had two checkers. Usually they just have one who's kind of bored,
right?
Because there's not much going on. But yesterday they had two. There were people lined up. I must have been a sale or something. I don't know. And as I'm standing in line, I hear these in-store announcements. They have those recorded, customer service in the camera bar, please. Customer service in the camera bar. And it goes off until somebody goes over there and helps somebody in the camera bar. So it did that, and then it kept going, customer service in liquor. Customer service in liquor.
Oops.
Did it mean like their beer section?
Well, I guess, but I don't know. You can just go open up the cooler and grab some beer.
So they have beer at the Walgreens.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they have beer there.
I'm also shocked to find they still have a camera bar.
It's one of the only places you can take your film anymore. I'm pretty sure.
Right?
Yeah, it's where I still take some of my film when I have those kind of cameras.
What? You use?
Every so often, yes, I like old school pictures. I have many picture books. I like to fill them. I like old film cameras.
You can print your digital pictures too.
Well, I want to get one of those. It's on my wedding registry, but
it's like
I don't have a printer.
It's like vinyl, Bill. It's all coming back.
Yeah, that's true. Or
Like
I heard
Polaroids. That's going to be a thing.
Polaroids
That's
is back.
That's a thing at my wedding too. Not going to lie.
I heard this morning cassette tapes.
Oh, no.
They're coming back.
Yes, people are buying cassette tapes.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not sure why,
Huh.
Well,
but yeah, they're
Yeah.
buying cassettes and cassette recorders and
Somebody,
it is.
somebody
players.
want a cassette?
we've got a cassette. Radio
Best
from
of.
Hell, best of. You can't quit and I won't fire you. And we'll give it away.
Yeah. Lucky checker inner, maybe.
That you can't quit and I won't fire you is something that was said to me by an old boss of ours. Mm-hmm. I said, I'm just going to have to quit. And he said, no. Actually, it was, you can't quit and I won't fire you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the name
Is
of the
that what
tape.
it says?
Yeah.
Because sometimes I get it reversed somehow.
Mm-hmm.
No, you can't. I won't fire you and you can't quit. But it was, you can't quit and I won't fire you. Yeah. And he was jumping up and down and
He was.
yelling it.
Oh.
I was lucky enough to witness that.
Were you in the room?
Yep.
So energetic about it, or just
Well, and to top it off, he's a little fella.
oh,
Yeah.
You know.
Tiny.
He's a
like
little fella.
my size or smaller?
He's about this tall.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So
Yeah.
probably smaller.
Up to my shoulder, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was
Jumping up and down.
No, you can't quit, and I won't fire you.
Oh,
And then,
that would have been delightful to see.
Oh,
I
it
would
was-
not have been able to hold
it
back
was-
my laughter.
It was so hard.
Well,
to hold
I'm
back the
sure.
laughter, you know.
it was, we were fighting. And then when he said that, I just kind of went,
I remember
I guess,
what you said.
I guess I'm in hell then.
Yeah.
I'm in hell. There's no option.
Yep.
I can't. That was fun.
Yeah. Although we make fun of that person, but he is also responsible for a lot of the things in this business that we still believe in.
Mm-hmm.
And
And I learned a lot from him.
Yeah.
I really did.
Fair.
And he's actually really smart, and he's a different person now. I see him every once in a while, and he's still really smart and sarcastic. But he looks back at those times and going, I was kind of an ass.
At least he acknowledges it.
He learns. People learn. That's good.
Yeah,
Carrie now it comes full circle. Carrie likes New Order now.
And
So
now,
there you
Yeah.
go.
and now Todd Newcomb wants to be my best friend. He says so. I just got a text from Todd. And, he loves New Order.
Well,
Well, let's begin.
now you want to give something away?
Well, like I said, we got the cassette. Since cassettes are back now,
Yeah.
we've also got mugs. I'll let you choose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody checking in, a random checker-inner will get one of those. You can choose a mug or a cassette. If you have a cassette player, this cassette has old Radio from Hell bits on it. They're so old that I don't remember a lot of them.
There's some. There's a Space Elders on there. There's a, I think an X96 Files. There's a.
What Carrie and Bill do when they're not at work,
Yeah,
I think, on there.
I wonder
Yeah.
if it has a list in the inside of what's
It
on
does.
it does, but I'd have to open it.
Yeah,
And
that's fair.
I don't know if I want to open
So,
someone's.
check-
Maybe there's one that's open.
Check in with us, 877-602-9696. That's the number. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We like to say good morning to you. Is there one open
There
there?
is
Yeah.
one that's open. We'll give you the list of the tracks coming up.
Okay.
All right, so 877-602-9696 for your check-ins.
Real alternative.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell radio players.
Sex. Boom. There, I said it.
You did it. Good for you. I love how you snicker and can't say that word with a straight face.
I didn't snicker. All I'm saying is our relationship expert is in the studio. And I made a breakthrough, didn't I? Didn't I?
What was it?
I said sex over the public airwaves.
Oh, by the way, I did get your email with all your questions. We're going to go through them one by one tonight.
All right, thanks for throwing me under the bus.
It's all good, brother. Big Daddy's here.
The birds and the bees. It's a conversation that is a famous in culture.
Oh yeah, critical.
What actual percentage would you say from your experience as a relationship coach, what percentage of families actually have this conversation with their kids?
You know, my gut would tell me 35%.
Really? See, I would have put it somewhere around like 5, 10.
Well, I don't know, you think, but I don't know that they do a great job about it.
You know there's things we don't talk about, kids.
Right.
One of them is the birds and the bees.
I think we're getting to a day and age when more and more of it is happening. There are some great statistics about, teenage sex and things like that. And, those numbers are dropping, not doing it as much as they used to, amazingly.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that nationwide or just in Utah?
Nationwide.
Okay.
And, in fact, I'm looking for those as we're talking. I think what we're starting to see is, for example, younger adolescents, so younger than 15 years of age, are delaying sexual intercourse by a great number. In fact, here's some examples, some other statistics. Ages 12 to 19-year-olds report parents are their greatest influence regarding sexual decision-making and values.
Okay.
37% say their parents were the most important key as opposed to their friends, 33%, siblings 5%, and the media. So parents, it's a critical thing that you talk to your kids. 94% of adolescents and 91% of, it's 94% of adolescents and 91% of parents believe that adolescents should be advised that they should not have sex before completing high school.
You know, that's interesting because, for the most part, not the most part, but a lot of parents believe that their kids aren't going to listen to them.
Oh, yeah. No.
They don't have the kind of influence over their teenagers that they wish they had. But what you're saying is...
They expect it.
So, yeah, parents, step up. I think Utah, I believe we do have a bit of stigma around this topic. Sometimes we don't want to go there. Sometimes we think it's opening up a can of worms, but I think it's completely your responsibility. And, you would let your kid go and do something dangerous, without some advice, some information.
Like rock climbing or...
Like rock climbing, right. You'd make sure they knew what was going on. You'd make sure that they...
Or driving.
Uh-huh, right.
What the hell was that?
That was the Radio from Hell radio players.
What? How long was that?
Too long.
How long was that?
4 minutes.
What did they say?
And that was cut off.
And I still don't know what they said.
I have no idea what they were talking
There was
about.
more of it.
6:20. Let's get this over with.
We'll take your check-ins in just a second here. 877-602-9696 is the number to call and get in. And we've got a, if you want a best of cassette, we'll give that to you, a random checker-inner or one of the mugs that we have in there. You can text us too, but you won't win a prize.
Yep.
33986 is the text number. Somebody texted and said, Bill, those people at Walgreens, that people go there to get their passport photos. I said, those people that were in line at Walgreens yesterday aren't going anywhere. I'm telling you, they are not leaving the country.
That was the last time I was in a Walgreens, I think.
Get a passport
I was
photo?
getting a passport photo.
Yeah. All right, let's officially start it up. Katie, have you got a sponsor?
I do. Brought to you by, do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com.
The moon is it's on the wane. It's going away. 51% of full right now. The moon will set today at 2:05 p.m. Today being Wednesday, it's the 20th day of July in the year of our Lord Jesus Christus 2022. And even though it appears that Bordas and Clyden have ended their marriage because Clyden is a mean-spirited bigot, and frankly, Bordas is better off without him, we still have an obligation to give you a great morning show, so we will. This is Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, the Kentucky Colonels, the Sons of the Soil, Kerry Jackson,
Yes.
Bill Allred, Gina Barberi, who is not here today, and, by the way, I'm still broadcasting from home because COVID is still here. Katie is filling in for Gina and producing the show with the help of Miriam and Cameron Diaz. I see Kerry is drinking his Mill Creek coffee. It's Mill Creek coffee. It's everywhere you want to be.
Oh, yes.
657 South Main Street. That's where they roast it. It's good stuff. All right.
All right. Let's go to our check-ins. Let's begin with, it looks like Debbie is here.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi, Bill.
That's a great.
Can you
that's
hear
a
me?
great name. Yeah, I can hear you. That's a really. I like the name Debbie.
Yeah, well, they're not making them anymore. That's for sure.
Not many. That's
You
true.
don't hear babies called Debbie these days. So
You're right. Not many. What's up
yeah.
today?
Oh, just trying to get through the summer. It's been an awful summer. I had to put both of my dogs down within a month of each other, 15 and 16 years old. So I'm ready for the summer to be over.
That's too bad. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Have you replaced
you.
your dogs?
No.
Are they irreplaceable?
No. Yes, they were, and I cannot go through that pain again.
Yeah,
So,
that's tough.
Yeah. When this final cat I have goes, I don't think I'll ever.
You're
I'm
done
not
with
gonna-
cats at that point?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with any.
There are plenty of cats on the internet.
That's true. You can just go on
Just,
the internet.
follow a cat on Twitter.
Debbie, what do you do?
there you go.
Do you have a job?
Well, I actually have 3. I'm unfortunately still trying to figure out what I want to do with my life, but I think I've figured it out. I'm going to become a life coach. I've been through so much in my life, and I want to help others figure it out before they turn 61, so give them a head start rather than waiting that long. So I'll begin that journey here shortly, so I'm excited for it. So.
Well, maybe I can use your services. I need some coaching. I need some coaching to get through life.
No, you don't. You got it. I think you do a lot better than you think you do. So, but happy to talk. Happy to talk.
All right. Debbie, thanks for checking in with us.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, we'll see you. Let's go to, hang on. Oh,
No.
everybody left.
What?
I had other calls on the line, but they all dropped.
Well, I don't know. Then we should have given something to Debbie.
We should have given something to Debbie. We had these
877-602-9696. You might have a chance to call back.
Now, I opened up the cassette. I'll give away one that's unopened.
Nice pictures of us in there.
But there's the track list of what's in there, and then there's pictures of us, and we give thanks to people.
Oh.
Who do we thank?
Let's see. Here's who you thank.
Okay.
Special thanks to my lovely wife and my children. To Fred, A Monkey Could Do Your Job, Acme. And Ed, it hurts everywhere my belt rubs, Acme.
Mm-hmm.
To Tom Greenlee, who we were talking about earlier, for the Small Pumpkins.
Mm-hmm.
Gordon Holtz and Garrett Haston, because that which does not kill me make me stronger. I thank my mom and dad, Fred Acme, for letting me play. To my wife, Susan, I love you. The Almighty, He is the Word and the Light. May Thee, Shatner, watch over, guide, and protect you. See, that was back when I believed.
Mm-hmm.
Extra thanks to the real Lee George Cade. Sarcastic thanks to Sterrett and Rhett Neal for telling me I could never make it in radio. To Jack Foley Sr. for firing me. To Joe Evans for firing me. To Garrett Haston for making my bout with cancer worse than it already was. Oh,
Garrett Haston, he was beloved, wasn't he?
oh boy. Yeah.
We called him the A-hole from El Paso.
Yes.
What a name.
Yeah.
What a name.
Let's go to Tim. Hi, Tim.
Oh, mighty Tim, hello.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
Sure, it's a pleasure. What's up with you?
Well, I just thought I'd call and say I don't need a cassette because I have one already.
You
I
have
still
one
have
of those?
You have this cassette?
I do, yes. The best of one that you have in your hand.
Yes.
Man, that's...
It's got the highly coveted...
So I've been listening to you for a long time.
It's got the highly coveted farting monkey sound effect on it,
Oh,
yeah.
lovely.
by the way.
Correct.
You listen to it like
I've enjoyed
every
it many
day,
times.
Tim? Do you listen to it every
Well,
day?
No, not every day, but I have dusted it off a few times.
It's stuck in my cassette player, right?
Enjoyed it.
Well, I'm glad you like it. Thanks for checking in with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great morning.
We'll see
See
you.
ya.
Let's go to Cement Dave. It's Cement Dave. Hi there.
Hey, Dave.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, senor.
It's a wonderful day.
Is it?
It is?
Well, the sun's coming up. I'm looking down at the flowers versus looking up.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's better to be looking down at them than to be pushing them up.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So very true.
All right. Hey, Dave, did you really want a prize? Is that why you're calling?
I wouldn't mind another best of to add to the collection.
Okay. We'll get you this one then, Dave.
You already have a best of some sort?
Probably the CD.
Well, I've got one of the CDs that's
Yeah.
later on in the hit.
You've got songs from The Big Chair.
Yep.
You don't have
believe
this
so.
one. You don't have this one then. Let's get you this one. Dave, hang on the phone.
Oh,
We'll figure out how to get that to you, all
Hang
right?
on.
Hang on. All right. Let's see. Traffic.
Traffic.
Please.
I did a quick refresher just a moment ago. It looks like there was a crash eastbound I-215 at milepost 14, which is 2300 West in Salt Lake County. The left shoulder is closed, and it's not going to be cleared until about 7:15, so look out for that. Also, a crash Redwood Road at 7800 South in Salt Lake. The eastbound and southbound right lanes are closed. Clearance time should be any time in the next 10 minutes or so. So hopefully, if that's changed, let me know. Otherwise, that's traffic for you. Everything else looks pretty green.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Big boy news and opinioendo and things that must go in the next break. You probably could get us some things that must go if you send it like right now. Radio from hell at x96.com would be the way to do that. So stand by for all of that.
Hey, when you get to work,
It's best question of the week. You should take advantage of this. You just email us a question, radiofromhell@x96.com, about
anything. It doesn't matter. And we'll answer it. Like this question we received today that Katie will read to us right now.
That's right. So this one comes from Brian. It says, recently I've watched Jurassic World, and I thought how fun it would be to have a dinosaur as a pet. Hey, me too. I've always thought this. Got me thinking, what would you have if you could have a choice of any real or fictional creature reduced down to household size as a pet? What would it be and why?
I don't know. I think it'd be really fun to have an elephant as a pet. But
A miniature elephant?
Well, yeah, but if you reduced an elephant in size to the size of a household dog or a cat or something,
Yeah.
is it still an elephant?
Sure.
Who says your house can't be a mansion and therefore it's normal size of an elephant?
I mean, because that's what I'd want is a normal sized. If I don't have to reduce it down, I'd like a normal sized elephant as a pet.
I don't think I'd want a full-sized elephant as a pet.
That's
hard to clean up after. But
Yeah,
well,
you're
you got
doing a lot
to
of-
feed it.
Doing a lot of shoveling there.
But I don't know. I just like elephants, and I also always wanted to have a pet crow.
Really?
One of my favorite DJs actually has a pet crow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a guy once who had a pet crow.
Aren't they
and,
smarter than you?
They're very
They
smart.
are damn smart. They really. As a matter of fact, there's a news article there somewhere. About
You have to
that
earn
today.
their trust for them to actually be your pet.
Yeah, they're very smart. And this guy had this crow, and it was just, you could tell this bird was just like with it. It was with it. Well,
Gina?
Well, so I went to movies for mine. And it's a very specific animal that doesn't need to be shrunk.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Benji the dog, and specifically Benji the dog from
Oh,
the
Heavenly.
movie Oh Heavenly
Oh,
Dog.
Heavenly Dog, of
because
course.
what it would be is Chevy Chase inside
There it is now.
of a dog.
Oh, but Chevy Chase is a dick.
Yeah.
So that dog would be a dick.
Yeah, that's true.
That dog would sit and tell you you're not funny.
Nobody's funnier than me.
Mine is Chevy Chase and a dog.
All right. Well, my initial reaction was because you said creature, because I've always just wanted robots. I have 100 different robots I'd love to have. Mm-hmm. But you said creature, and I went. My initial reaction was, well, Rocket Raccoon, because
There
he
you
could
go.
he could upgrade all my electronics and everything just using scraps.
And steal things for you.
But I don't think he'd take well to being a pet. You
No.
know, he would not respond well to that.
You could call him a trash panda and he wouldn't know.
But then my wife reminded me of something that I said a week or so ago. I don't know if you guys have been watching the Netflix show Ratched.
Oh, it's so good. I finished it all in a day.
I've watched a couple of them.
We binged them. It's only like 8 episodes.
Yeah.
We just binged right through them, and so good. And it's the story of Nurse Ratched, who is in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. This is kind of her origin story, and it's such a great little story. Just some great acting, and it's just fun. But Sharon Stone plays a very wealthy widow socialite in it.
Okay.
And she has, it's not a capuchin monkey. I can't remember what kind of monkey it is, named Miss Petunia. And Miss Petunia, this is the thing about it,
Okay.
is that Sharon Stone and Miss Petunia dress identically.
It's cute.
So, and I
If you
stopped.
had a monkey that you would dress him like you,
I hit the pause button while we're watching that, and I said, if I were incredibly wealthy, I would have a capuchin monkey, and I would make clothes for it that looked exactly like my clothes, and we would wear matching outfits every day.
Little hats.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd get little hats, like this little flower shirt that we got going here. I'd have an exact duplicate of it, and he would ride on my shoulder,
I would love this.
and
Yeah,
people
sure.
could say, he's crazy, and I say, no, I'm wealthy. That means I'm eccentric.
Yes.
Ooh, there you go.
Oh, hey, Carrie, you know that what was that show with the kids with the powers?
The show with the kids with the
Are you talking
powers?
about Lock and Key?
The something club?
Umbrella Academy?
Umbrella Academy.
Okay.
How about that chimpanzee that's in Umbrella Academy?
I don't know if he'd do well with being called a pet either, really.
Yeah, but it'd be cool to have him as a companion.
Professor, what's his name?
Yeah, he wears like a butler's uniform all the time and has an English accent.
Yes. A super chimp. Oh, yeah.
That'd be cool.
That would be easy because he could take care of himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be really nice. And he sort of is he kind of organizes the house and takes care of things in a lot of ways.
Oh, there
the
you go.
Umbrella Academy. I can't remember his name.
Professor something. Pogo. Thank you.
Pogo.
Thank you. Ed in the chat room. Ed in the chat room coming through. Yeah. So that's who you've chosen. That's a good choice. Yeah. Okay.
So there you go, best question of the week. See, that didn't change the world. It was just a silly question.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be something super serious. Mm-hmm. Email it to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question in the subject line.
Or you could put, here's your damn question.
Yeah, you want a here's a damn question for you. What do you think about this?
Yeah.
Could be that.
Right, Smashing Pumpkins. 6:37, Big Boy News and Opinioendo now. Brought to you by
Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from. All makes, all models. Think Forever Warranty. Think Tim Daly.
Thank you.
We showed you yesterday a picture at x96.com/live.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you didn't see it there, you very likely saw it elsewhere. So don't blame us.
Yeah.
Elon Musk without a shirt.
Yeah.
Shirtless.
I was
Elon Musk.
I was proud to say at this time yesterday that I had not seen it.
Ugh.
And of
now we're
course,
showing it again.
the internet made sure
Yeah.
that I saw it. So it's
And
too late.
he's not. He's really, 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 really white.
Yeah.
It's like he'd not ever seen the sun. Well, because those pictures just went everywhere, Elon Musk is now encouraging everyone to, quote, free the nip. He tweeted, "Ha ha, damn, maybe I should take off my shirt more often." No, you shouldn't. Free the nip.
He's about 3 years late for that one.
He says, "I'm already back in the factory, by the way, back at the Tesla place." And he says, "F yeah, I got my money going, so other smart investors." I don't know what that means.
Huh?
He never makes sense.
A shirtless Musk. That's what we saw. Recently vacationing with a small group of friends that included newlyweds Ari Emanuel and Sarah Slauninger. You know who Ari Emanuel is?
Yes.
Hollywood agent, big time Hollywood agent. They sailed the Aegean Sea on the island of Mykonos. Wouldn't that be nice? I've always wanted to go there.
Yeah.
I hear nice things. I hear nice things.
Yeah. $20,000 a week is what that vacation would cost.
Pocket change.
I was just about to say that.
Yep. So there you go. Free the nip.
Couch money.
Yeah.
With new COVID-19 vaccines coming out in the fall, does it make sense for you to, if you haven't gotten your booster shot yet, to wait for the new vaccines coming out? Well, we'll ask Dr. Cobble about this when he's on today. Health experts say, though, and we'll see if Dr. Cobble concurs, the time to get an additional dose of current vaccine is now, especially with the Omicron subvariant known as BA.5 that's driving up cases here in Utah and the rest of the United States, as well as in Europe and other parts of the world. Postponing your booster leaves you vulnerable now, and new boosters are still months away, said Nicholas Rupp, spokesman for the Salt Lake County Health Department. Even if current boosters don't protect from infection with new variants quite as much, they still do strongly help prevent serious illness, hospitalization, and death. That's the primary goal of the vaccination, Rupp said. The BA.5 subvariant is more likely to infect someone who's been vaccinated and boosted, as well as anyone who's had COVID-19, even recently. The current COVID-19 vaccines are being reformulated to target Omicron and its subvariants, and the federal government has ordered millions of doses of that, expected to arrive in the fall. Well, if COVID wasn't enough to worry about, how about monkeypox?
Oh, boy.
Complete chaos is what some New Yorkers have called the process of trying to get monkeypox vaccines in New York. Albert Lewitton, a New York media executive, is one of a handful to get the first shot. Like others, he's uncertain he'll get a second one. When I went to get the shot, they said to me, well, we're not scheduling shots for the second dose because we don't know if we're going to be able to get them. It doesn't mean that we don't agree that a two-shot dose is ideal, but we are in an environment of extreme demand and strained supply. We believe one shot does confer significant protection from monkeypox, if not as much as two shots, but one shot is still a good thing to have. And Utah has cases.
I was going to say two at least.
Has cases of monkeypox, more than that.
Oh, is it now?
The
Great.
Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is reporting at 13 cases reported in Utah.
Oh.
But the Utah Department of Health and Human Services has recorded only 11 cases in the state. But the CDC says there are 13. 8 were in Salt Lake County and 1 each in Utah and Davis counties, the area served by the Weber Morgan Health Department. State epidemiologist Leisha Nolan said a similar difference in the count recently was due to a Utah resident being diagnosed with monkeypox in California, and California authorities alerting the CDC but not passing along the information to Utah. So that's how the errors occur. Oh, by the way, Erin Mendenhall, Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall, has COVID. She just came down with it. She said her symptoms are mild, but she feels. She says, I feel really bad having to stay at home. I love going to the city council meetings and that sort of thing, and I feel terrible having to be at home. And there was a picture of her. She looked so sad. Well, there was a bill in the Congress, the United States Congress yesterday, a bill to write same-sex marriage into law to protect same-sex marriage and also protect the rights of people to marry interracial marriage. And Utah's congressman, how do you think they voted on that? To protect same-sex marriage. And
now, I know your initial instinct is to think they voted against it, but...
No. All 4 congressmen joined all House Democrats in passing that bill on Tuesday that would write same-sex marriage into law.
Oh, thankfully.
In all, 47 Republican House members crossed party lines in the bipartisan 267 to 157 vote for the Respect for Marriage Act. Representative John Curtis of Utah, here down in Utah County, said the majority opinion of the Supreme Court clearly stated that the court has no intention of reversing any decisions respecting the right to marriage in the Constitution. Well, that's not what Clarence Thomas said.
No.
Quote, that said, I also understand how important codifying these protections are to many Utahns. I do not believe the federal government should infringe on an individual's decision about who they wish to marry, he said in a statement. Well, I applaud him, and I applaud the other congressmen, yes, even Burgess Owens, for voting to support that.
Well, a broke clock is right twice a day.
That's right.
But there were still 17, I think, Republicans that did not vote for it in the nation.
It said 40. It said 47 crossed party lines to vote for it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the majority of the Republicans in the House did not vote for it.
Yeah.
Is it 17? Is that?
I think I heard 17.
Well, okay.
That did not vote for it.
Anyway, and now it has to go to the Senate. Don't know about that. Don't know how.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, we'll see. This is interesting news. A couple of nostalgic items are possibly coming back to Utah. First of all, mini bottles.
Really?
Oh.
We haven't had mini bottles here in the state of Utah in decades.
Yeah.
The Department of Alcohol and Beverage Service is moving quickly to allow the sale of mini bottles at a meeting of the advisory board yesterday. According to Ben Winslow, an administrative rule was advanced that will clear the way for the bottles to return to the state after decades of being gone. I'm not sure why. They're kind of fun.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I missed them is that when you would go to a bar, they would make your drink with a mini bottle. And that was an ounce and a half of liquor.
Mm-hmm.
So when they got rid of the mini bottles, they said you can only you meter 1 ounce of liquor.
Yeah.
And so cocktails always tasted too weak to me because I was used to the mini bottle cocktails.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they're going to start using them for cocktails again.
Probably not.
So I don't know. They are useful for, you buy some and then you can sneak them into concerts and stuff.
They're fun. That's why
Well,
Utah wants to make them outlawed.
And Christmas stocking stuffers.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
There you
That's
go.
what you need them for.
Or
And then
Easter
the other-
baskets.
Easter basket.
There you go.
The other thing that's coming back, looks like, maybe, the training table restaurants.
What?
Well,
The chain was made popular, of course, by customers using table phones to dial in their orders. Training Table closed in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they didn't close because they weren't successful. They closed probably mainly because there were some lawsuits and family infighting.
Mm-hmm.
Who owns what? One of the owners filed a countersuit, filed a suit, and then another family member filed, and it just so they closed them. So it wasn't that they weren't successful, it was that there was family infighting. You remember Training Table for their cheese fries, of course, and of course for me it was the Training Table patty melt.
yes.
So I'd love them to come back,
And we'd be happy to bring back the Training Table Boner recap if they'd like to advertise.
Well, that's right.
That's
Yeah.
where my dad taught me how to order my own food, since you could do it from your table.
Yeah, you just pick up the phone. It actually worked quite
It
well.
was fun. I loved it.
It was sort of silly, but it worked quite well, I thought.
I thought it was great.
Back to the votes. We got the numbers.
Yeah.
It was 267 for, 157 against codifying.
And so those were all
They were all Republicans, yes.
157.
157.
Okay. And finally, this story. I want to end with this. I can't believe this guy, Donald Trump. He tried to get the Pulitzer Prize committee to revoke awards that had been given to the New York Times and the Washington Post because they ran stories that was the biggest reporting failure in modern history. The Pulitzer board said Monday they will not fulfill multiple requests by Trump to rescind awards to the staff of the two newspapers in 2018 for reporting on Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election because they said, the Pulitzer board said, well, we don't see any reason to do that. The reporting was accurate. Instead of acting with integrity and providing transparency, the Pulitzer board is running cover for the biggest reporting failure in modern history, the fake Russia collusion hoax.
No,
Trump said.
Well, if you read the Mueller report, all right. Sports weather traffic.
Sports. Major League Baseball had their All-Star game, I think just yesterday. It was the American All-Stars versus the National All-Stars, and the American All-Stars won 3-2. So that was that. The U.S. women's national team for soccer beat Canada, which earns earns ourselves a place in the Paris Olympics, which is really exciting in 2024. So our U.S. women's team is amazing. I got to say that, and I mean, who doesn't love Alex Morgan and stuff like that?
And if you've got to say it, go ahead and say it.
But I think they're wonderful. Also, if you like a Barcelona soccer team, Lewandowski is back. He is cleared from medical, so he's going to help Barcelona take back some of their wins. Barcelona. And so that is sports for you. Weather, it's another hot one today. We've got a high of 97 and very, very sunny. Doesn't look like too many clouds. Right now it's a 72 outside. Closer to 82 actually. I'm looking at two different reports here, but no chance of any sort of precipitation today, unfortunately. Then traffic. The crash on 7800 South in Redwood is cleared, according to a texter, so thank you. And the eastbound I-215 crash at 2300 South is still kind of closed the left shoulder, so go around that. But that's all I have for traffic for you, so there you go.
Thank you. Things That Must Go Now, brought to you by...
For over 65 years, we have been a part of your community. While our name is changing, our commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Ah, yes, things that are just bugging you. You can't stand them anymore in your life. You're upset with yourself or you're upset with somebody else, and you say, this must go. So maybe if I send my must go to radiofromhell@x96.com, it'll disappear from my life or make me feel better just to hear it on the radio. So send your must goes, radiofromhell@x96.com, put must go on the subject line. I'll start off. I'd have just a couple of mine, well, one of mine, really. It's my inability to organize things.
You need some help?
Like my desk.
You need some help?
Or my sock drawer.
Oh, can't help there.
Or the drawer that has all my watches and jewelry in it. My inability to put them into some sort of order. I just can't seem to. If you saw my desk here right now, it's just chaos.
Oh, for your watches and jewelry, you need one of those trays, one of those little
container
trays
store.
inside.
I have one, and it is overflowing with crap. I mean, it's just
time to get rid of some.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Let's see this one from a listener. Hello, Lords and Lady of Morning Radio. With your considerable powers, please make these things disappear. A friend of mine just lost her younger brother to suicide. I want her pain to go away, please. Number 2, I've been in the ER twice in the past 4 months due to unknown chest pain. Please take that pain away. Number 3, I still can't believe that Roe v. Wade was overturned. I'm a woman of childbearing years, and a rapist should not be able to choose me as the mother of his child just because I can't have an abortion if I'm raped. Number 4, my aunt had a stroke. This is terrible.
These are all.
My inability to organize things, and then this. I mean, geez. My aunt had a stroke, and my mother is bending over backwards to help her, including doing all of her laundry, visiting her in the care center almost every day, handling her finances, cleaning her house, and attending all of her doctor's appointments. I really wish my aunt's kids would step up so that my 70-year-old mother wouldn't feel like she has to take on so much for her sister. And on a lighter note,
yes,
why can't I buy eggnog in the store all year long? I don't need 7 different brands of multiple flavors, such as pumpkin spice, mint, etc. If I can buy 35 kinds of coffee creamer, multiple kinds of milk from animals, plants, etc., and all the other dairy products, why can't I buy eggnog in July? Thank you all. Thanks for making my morning commute so great. Jess, listener since 2002. Oh, and people that vote for Mike Lee must go. All right. Carrie?
She needs to learn how to make her own eggnog. All right. This one from the foot of Mount Doom. When you accidentally hit an ad as you've been scrolling through Twitter, you accidentally hit the ad?
Yeah.
Well, now the algorithm thinks I'm into crypto.
Oh.
So that's a problem. That's a problem. Let's see. This one from Please Don't Use My Name. My thing that must go is TV and movie scenes that are so dark you can't see anything. I know the directors think it's artsy and it gets praise from some critics, but make it stop. I can't see the scene. I've given up on several shows because they do this all the time. Thanks, Lords. You need to watch with your curtains drawn or your lights out, and then you can see it. This one from Zane. Good morning, Lords. Number one, when you get the opportunity to drive a Tesla, you take it. What must go is not knowing how to drive the damn car. It's really easy, actually. Number two, looking at cars for sale, and you don't get a live pic of the car. It's the company's stock picture of the car. You want to actually see the car that you're looking at. Number three, the boss, a.k.a. wife, saying that I can get a new car when one of my current cars dies. Problem is that I have the Honda Civic and the Hyundai Tucson, and they won't die for a while. They're both more than 10 years old and still going. I liked my Tucson. Number four, getting a car washed before work and making it look good. Then the rain comes and makes it not look good, and I have to wash it again.
Yep.
Number five, extremely bright headlights that don't have the bright settings on. They're just hella bright.
Yeah.
It's not fun to be in front of those really bright lights. Thank you, Lords. Glad to hear you're here for at least 2 more years. Zane.
I have one. It says, Dear Lords and Katie, please don't use my name as family is involved. What must go is the lack of empathy in the world. It's cruel enough, and it seems to be getting worse. Come on, people. We must work together to survive in this world. And right now, we are all drowning in the sand because the water is going away. Also, the most important thing that must go are family members that can't be wrong and won't listen to you when you try to explain yourself or express your emotions. Even when you express your emotions in the I feel or this is how I'm feeling way, they turn it around to make you out to be the bad guy when you're just trying to say you're hurt. The I'm right, you're wrong, I'm the victim, and you're attacking me ideals just don't work, but there is no getting through to them. I hate realizing that a family member is toxic for my life when we used to be so close. It's heartbreaking. I just wish there was a way that I could get through to them and help them understand. Thank you for letting me bitch and listen. I couldn't make it through the day without you guys.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Just did a refresher. So far, the only crash that is still around is the eastbound I-215 at 2300 West in Salt Lake. The left shoulder is still closed and should be cleared about 7:15, so watch out for that. Double checking the message stream. That's all I got, so that's traffic for you.
Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We got Boner of the Day coming up. Stand by for that. Wendy's for breakfast. You might as well hit the drive-thru at Wendy's for breakfast instead of even attempting to make breakfast at home, or even just a bowl of cereal or oatmeal, something like that. It's just so much easier because then you get that dirty bowl when you get home. It's all taken care of when you get breakfast at Wendy's, and you don't have a breakfast Baconator at home. They got the breakfast Baconator, oven-baked bacon on that thing. Delicious. Also, the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant with savory sausage on a flaky croissant bun. I love that. Also, the sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with the fresh cracked egg. Mornings can be better than you think they can be just by hitting the drive-thru at Wendy's. Order it now. Start looking forward to it at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours only. And if you're out late at night, their French fries, they want to remind you their French fries are preferred over McDonald's fries almost 2-1. And if you get your French fries and they are not hot and crispy, it's doubtful that will happen. But if they are not hot and crispy when you receive them at Wendy's, point it out to them and they'll get you some freshies. Yes, it's Wendy's. Hit the drive-thru.
Strong Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Grandma, why do we have to drive all the way up from Salem to Orem just to go to the Training Table restaurant?
Because they have the cheese fries, you stupid little turd.
Grandma.
It's worth the 20-mile drive for the cheese fries.
Yeah, worth it to you. You don't have to drive.
Well, what did you say?
I said that those cheese fries seem to make you thrive.
Well,
that's what I said.
Of course they do. Cheese fries have all the nutrients we old people need. And they're easy to digest, too.
Oh,
when those rat bastards down home get the cheese fries to their burger joint, maybe we'll eat at home.
Grandma, did you bring your stool softeners?
Just, you never mind about my stool softeners. Just get on the damn phone and order the cheese fries.
Okay.
Oh, and about 10 of them cups of dipping sauce.
Grandma, can I order a burger for myself?
Well, if you've got the money to pay for it. What do you think I am, Zion's First National Bank?
No, I don't.
Stupid little turd.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Hi, welcome to the Training Table. Can I take your order, please?
Well, sure. Bill? Bill, is that you?
Just a minute.
Hello?
Hello. Welcome to the Training Table. May I take your order, please?
Hey, what happened to the guy I was just talking to?
Guy?
Wait a minute. Bill, this is you, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about. My name is Jenny. Jenny Parsons. Who are you?
Oh, come on. Like you don't know that I'm Kerry Jackson, your partner on X96's Radio from Hell show.
Oh, you're Kerry Jackson? Oh, I've heard of you and the Radio from Hell show, too. Oh, I love your partner, Bill Allred.
Yeah.
He's so handsome and kind and generous and thin, too.
Yeah, right.
Oh, and he's so much funnier than you.
All right, listen, Allred, I don't know what you're trying to pull, but I could just send Grandma back in the kitchen to kick your ass.
I'm not kicking anybody's ass until I get my cheese fries. You stupid little turd.
Let's see. This weekend. And going in through to Monday, because we won't be here on Monday.
Yeah.
The Pioneers of Alternative Weekend.
Yeah.
So these are the bands that made X96.
From the Ramones to U2, Depeche Mode, The Cure, Pearl Jam, Nirvana, The Killers, there are a lot that we're just planning on playing through Monday.
I'm familiar with some of those bands.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
So that's coming up this
And
weekend.
those bands all had great songs, not one bad song.
Well,
in it, huh?
Well,
What? Let's see. I'm trying to lead us
you
into
did.
it.
You did a very good
great.
job. It's like you are a professional morning radio show host.
Thank you. Thank you.
You helped with the segue.
Thanks.
Spin Magazine. Remember Spin Magazine?
I do.
It's still around, I guess, online.
Mm-hmm.
And they just sent me this. This is their list. I'm not going to read all 50, but it's the 50 worst songs by otherwise great artists.
Okay.
Now, you may agree or disagree with this list.
Will we know most of these songs?
I'm just going to read the ones that you'll probably know.
Okay.
So, for example, and it's weird that this is the first one on the list because I was humming this tune yesterday in my head for some reason.
Okay.
Paul Simon, 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover.
Yeah, not one of my favorites. I have to say. I was just listening to Graceland, that album Graceland, the other day. Probably every song on there is good, but 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover, not...
Listening to the beginning of this song and tell me if you don't now have the same suspicion. The song is a Bob Dylan impression. But come on, seriously, only Dylan can carry off Dylan, and every other attempt to do Dylan is a parody of the doer. Okay. So that's that one.
Okay.
Now here's one you may agree with. I don't necessarily agree with.
Okay.
One of our pioneers of alternative, U2, Vertigo.
Oh, okay.
I can't place it in my head, so maybe it's...
That might have something to do with it.
Yeah.
Let me dig it up here for you. Let me find it. See if I can find it right quick.
Hear it.
See, now I kind of like it. Hang on, my program is booting.
U2 Vertigo.
U2 Vertigo. Here we go.
Slip out the back, Jack. Oh, okay.
Here we go. See,
I like that.
I kind of like it myself.
That's okay.
I like it fine.
I like it better than some of their other songs.
Yeah, so I don't know why they would put this on that list, but there you go.
All right.
Okay, we continue. George Harrison, I Got My Mind Set on You.
Yeah, that song stinks. That just stinks. I got my mind set on you.
Ah, but you know it.
Yeah, it's not, I know,
Yeah.
but it's terrible.
Now, see, here's one that I disagree with. Van Halen, Why Can't This Be Love?
Yeah,
see,
that's all right.
I liked Van Hagar just fine.
Okay.
And let me see.
Yeah, I mean, it's an okay song.
Let me dig it up here for you. It'll take me just a second.
I don't know. It's... Yeah, see, this is fine.
Yeah,
Maybe it's not quite as good as most of their stuff, but...
There we go.
It's like they're kind of not trying almost.
Well, this was their first Van Hagar album, so they were definitely trying. Let's see. Let's continue on the list here. See if there's song. A lot of these are songs that I don't think anybody knows. Okay, here's one. Eric Clapton, I Shot the Sheriff.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm not fond of that either. I like because the original is better.
Bob
way
Marley.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob Marley.
Here's an interesting choice. Donna Summer, MacArthur Park.
Well,
Someone Left the Cake Out in the Rain.
Compare it to the hit, the original, which was Richard Harris, an actor, not a singer.
Spring was never waiting for us, dear.
Here, let me get into it.
Yeah, it's kind of... I object to the disco version of it. I like the original. Okay, it's a Jimmy Webb song.
Here's the Richard Harris.
Someone left the cake out in the rain. I don't think that I can take it.
Well, see, I contend that the song is terrible. I don't care who does it. I just don't like the song.
Probably it is terrible.
Carrie, you'll like this. Tyler in the chat room says, I prefer Brack's version of the MacArthur Park.
Oh, well, now Brack can do any song. Yeah. Here's one that I will also disagree with. Red Hot Chili Peppers' Love Roller Coaster.
Oh, well, that song just haunts me in general.
I mean, I like the original and I like that one.
I like the original better, and I think that's why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, here's another one that I disagree with. Stevie Nicks, Rhiannon.
I love that song. Take that back. I got to see her live this year.
There are a lot of girls named Rhiannon because of that song.
Oh, yeah, so many.
Now, here's one. I think you might agree with this, Bill, because I know you love Frank Zappa.
Yeah.
But they're saying Valley Girl.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Is the worst song.
He did it. It's his daughter. He and his daughter, and it's just stupid.
Oh, no, Bill.
What?
Number 31 on the list.
What?
Chuck Berry, My Ding-a-Ling.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. God. Oh, no.
It is terrible. It is terrible.
Number 28 on the list, Michael Jackson, Bad. The only comment is, yes, very.
I enjoy that song.
It was a huge hit.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Oh, all right. Spin Magazine, the 50 worst songs of artists that are actually good. Here, and I'll disagree with this one. Bruce Springsteen, 57 Channels and Nothing On.
I kind of like that song.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hear it very often, but it's, yeah.
The Who, Squeeze Box.
It's just the lyrics are so juvenile.
I remember overhearing a conversation, I was just a kid, between my Aunt Evelyn and my dad. And Aunt Evelyn was very concerned that her sons were listening to this Who album.
Oh.
Because it's got a song on there. This is Mama's Got a Squeeze Box and Daddy Doesn't Sleep at Night. And she was very concerned. Well, she should have been. Her kids turned out pretty
terrible.
They had some problems. Let's see. Let's continue. This is just one for the Pink Floyd fans. Seamus.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
You don't know that one.
Do another one, a couple that maybe you think we wouldn't know. Just to see if...
Let's see. Paul Simon, Me and Julio Down by the Schoolyard. Paul Simon's on this list twice.
Now,
poor guy.
Again, not one of my favorites, but I was listening to it the other day. I just came on the radio, and I started to appreciate it for... It's pretty good, actually, I think.
Number 5, Elton John, Candle in the Wind.
Yeah, that's pretty
They
sad.
say both versions.
Yeah, I don't care for it.
I kind of liked the original one. Let's see. Number 1 on the list is Billie Eilish, No Time to Die, the James Bond song.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if I agree with that or not.
I haven't heard that, actually. I haven't watched the new one.
It's this Bob Guccione Jr. That's the problem. He just hates everything.
He's Spin Magazine, that's
He's
right.
Spin Magazine right now. All right. Anyway, there you go. Traffic, please.
Traffic. I just did a quick refresh. There is a crash. If you're on your way to Taylorsville and you see the crash eastbound I-215 on 2300 West, let me know if it's still there. It should have been cleared up by now, but the left shoulder is taken up. So otherwise, everything else looks clear. Gonna check the chat really fast. And everything else is trying to text in to win something from another channel. So that is traffic for you, brought to you by Jiffy Lube Multi-Care. Get service on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. That's a job for Jiffy. Visit jiffylubutah.com for discounts, services, and locations.
And only because Steph asked.
In the vestibule.
Boy.
Every time that bell would ring, catch me playing with my ding-ling-ling.
There you go.
Yeah, no good.
There you go.
No good. No good.
Let's see.
Boner's coming up.
Yes, yes.
Here are the candidates we're going to consider. Number one, it appears that Tyler Perry's Medea has robbed a bank.
Oh.
Boner candidate number two, well, which is it, Jesse? A hoax or a horrible crime that you helped solve? And boner candidate number three, an umbrella at the beach? We can't have that.
All right. Boner of the day, Big Boy News, all coming up. Stand by for that. BigOTires.com.
Save $100 instantly at Big O Tires on sets of Bridgestone, Firestone, and Nexen tires. I think Big O Tires is calling this their red, white, and blue sale, if I'm not mistaken. It's go to a Big O Tire store near you, and there is one near you. With 50 locations around Utah, there's got to be one very close to your house. I go to the one on Second East and South Temple. Great people there. Big O Tires. You'll find every Big O Tire store though very helpful. They got great prices on tires. They say they have the lowest price on every tire every day. And get your car ready for a road trip this summer with their summer healthy car special. They do all kinds of things for your car to make sure that it's road worthy, and that's just $59.95. So make your appointment online at BigOTires.com. It's Big O Tires, the team you trust.
X96, Radio from Hell.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's that feature you know and love.
Hello, sailor boy.
Oh, so my son Festus graduated from Navy boot camp last week.
Oh, so he did make it.
He did make it. So what the last thing you have to do before graduation is it's called battle stations. Doesn't that sound tough? It's a simulated ship. And apparently, the people at Universal Studios designed this ship.
Really?
It's like a ride. It shakes and moves, and like you have to go through 24 hours on this fake ship where things happen and you have to react. Like there's a flood in this compartment.
All decks to battle stations. This is not a drill. All decks to battle stations.
Or there's a fire, below deck that you got to put out, and there's a man overboard, all that.
That poop deck needs to be swabbed.
Exactly. But went through that and passed, and normally the family can go to the graduation. It's just like any graduation, but of course, COVID, everything. So they had a virtual graduation, which if there are dozens and dozens of people graduating and they're all wearing the same thing, I couldn't see him, and there was no way.
And they all have the same haircuts too.
Yeah. Well, and they're all wearing masks. So it's this.
I think that's you.
Yeah. So I watched it, but I couldn't see him. But after graduation, I got a text from him. He got his phone back. He hasn't had his phone for 10 weeks.
That's right. For some reason, they're on real world blackout or something like that. They're not allowed access to the real world.
So he sent me this text. He said, they just put me on a bus a little while ago. Holding a phone feels weird. Kind of like Betty White discovering AOL Messenger for the first time. What is this phone thing that I... But he said, so we started texting back and forth, and he said, they don't tell you anything in the military. I didn't know I was leaving. I don't know where I'm going. They just say, get your stuff and get on the bus. But here's your phone, so at least he could have that.
Okay. Well.
And they put him on a military plane and flew, because I said, where are you going to the airport? He's like, I don't know, I hope so. I want to get a double quarter pounder if we go to the airport.
Priorities.
But they didn't. It's all military. And so all along we've been thinking, once he gets to, it's called A school.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like college. He's going to medic school. It's school from 8 to 4, and it's college. He lives in a dorm, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But we thought, we can maybe go visit him while he's there, because he's going to be there for 10 months. And his wife is supposed to leave this week to go look for an apartment close by base, because in regular times he could go off base and like go to dinner with her or whatever, and on the weekends he could go stay with her during the weekends.
Not now.
None of that.
Nope.
He cannot leave the base for 10 months.
Wow.
Now she, because she has a military ID, can come on base and visit him. She can't stay there with him. But, they screen you. But he is not allowed to leave. There's no liberty. There's no... So, now, this is 10 months. I am hopeful that this COVID thing will be much better in less than 10 months. But potentially, I could not be in the same room with him for 10 months.
Wow.
Is that crazy? I don't care for that. But on the other hand, I'm glad they're trying to be safe and that they have restrictions like that. It's kind of like when we were talking to Amy Donaldson earlier, and she was talking about how in the NBA they have their bubble and they had to stay there and everything. But the NFL, they come and go, and this is a military bubble.
Well, I guess you'll have to get used to seeing him on Zoom, I suppose.
Well, so this is the thing that's finally going to get me to buy an iPhone.
Hi, Gina. Welcome to the wonderful world.
so we can FaceTime and stuff. But I'm a little depressed at the thought of not seeing him for that long. I'm hopeful that before 10 months is over that will change. But
I wish.
No.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Because where he is like school and he has a phone and stuff, he's going to see if he can find a time maybe where we can Hello Sailor, where he actually calls in, which would be...
Oh, that'd be fun.
Which would be nice. So.
Well, there you go. who is hearing that song for the first time. That's REM, Radio Free Europe. All right. Let's get to Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, July 20, 2022. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
Celeste Barber tickets coming to Kingsbury Hall on August 8th. And she's a really great Australian comedian who is super funny.
All right. Here's boner candidate number 1. It appears that Tyler Perry's Medea has robbed a bank. If you see the pictures, police in Georgia are searching for a bank robbery suspect who tried to thwart authorities by dressing up as an elderly woman during a heist. The McDonough Police Department said that the suspect hit a Chase Bank on Monday. He allegedly told a bank teller that he had a gun and used a note to demand cash, then fled in a vehicle with no registration tags. Authorities said that the man, a gentleman of color, wearing a floral dress, a white wig, and orange latex gloves, also described as 6 feet tall and slender. It looks like Tyler Perry's Medea is knocking over a bank. Boner candidate number 1.
It's the orange gloves that I question, if you're doing an ensemble.
Here's boner candidate number 2. Well, which is it, Jesse? A hoax or a horrible crime that you helped solve? On Monday evening, Fox News host Jesse Waters,
he's the worst,
spent the opening segment of his primetime show suggesting the case of a 10-year-old Ohio girl who was forced to travel to Indiana to get an abortion after she was raped was fabricated, was made up to benefit a left-wing agenda. The following night, Tucker Carlson straight up called the story not true. On Wednesday, the girl's rapist was arrested. After laying out details of the heinous story, Jesse Waters played clips of CNN and MSNBC hosts, as well as President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, pointing to the girl's dire situation as an example of why abortion bans without exception are so harmful. Well, this isn't some imagined horror. It's already happening, Biden said in his remarks. As they spoke, Fox News ran phrases like, media ran with story of 10-year-old pregnant girl. Kamala has been fooled before. Things like that. Obviously, this is a heartbreaking story, Waters said. Why isn't anybody asking about bringing the child rapist to justice? Because I don't think there was one. Then when it turns out that there was, in fact, Jesse Waters then tried to claim that because he talked about it on Monday, that's what led to the arrest.
Because he said the story was fake on Monday.
The authorities really started looking into it, and that's when,
So he's a responsible newsman, eh?
Yeah. Boner candidate number 2. What is it, Jesse? A hoax? Or is it a horrible crime that you helped solve?
And his audience will believe it all.
Yeah. That's number 2. Coming up in a moment, number 3, an umbrella at the beach. We can't have that.
All right. Let's see. We got boner candidate number 3 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinnuendo brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit our store at 6831 South State Street. Curbside service is available.
I'm not sure why this story is in the news. Maybe you can suss it out, Carrie, why they would... but I'm going to just go ahead and read it. I'm not sure why it's here, though. According to Arnold Schwarzenegger's co-star in a movie called let's see. What's it? I'll get to it. I can't find the name of the movie. But this woman, Miriam Margolis is her name. It was a 1999 movie called End of Days.
End of Days.
I don't remember it. But,
it's about the end of days.
But according to Miriam Margolis, who apparently starred in this with Arnold Schwarzenegger, she says Arnold deliberately farted in her face while they were filming the movie. Why is this?
I thought it was funny.
Margolis, who is 81 years old, made a big stink about the incident on the latest installment of the I've Got News for You podcast, and she also claimed that Schwarzenegger was really quite rude during the film's shoot. Then she dropped the allegation that the host asked her to reveal her least favorite co-star of all time. She said, well, I don't care for Arnold. He's a bit too full of himself. He farted in my face. Now, I fart, of course I do, but I don't fart in people's faces. He did it deliberately, right in my face, she said. She then went on to describe the movie. I was playing Satan's sister, and he was killing me. So he had me in a position where I couldn't escape and lying on the floor, and then he just farted. It wasn't on the film. It was in one of the pauses. But I haven't forgiven him for it. I have not.
I don't blame her.
But why is this in the news?
No idea.
She was just on a podcast, and it's about Arnold Schwarzenegger farting. I guess that's all you need.
I guess that's all, yeah. More than 40% of Utahns live in counties with high COVID-19 levels and should be universally, that means everyone should be, masking in public, indoor spaces, to protect themselves and to protect others from the latest coronavirus variant, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The 7 Utah counties considered to have high COVID-19 community levels are Salt Lake, San Juan, Summit, Tooele, Wasatch, Wayne, and Paiute counties with a combined total of almost 1.4 million residents. That's about 2 in 5 Utahns. The CDC's first recommendation for high transmission counties is unambiguous. Quote, wear a well-fitting mask indoors in public, regardless of your vaccination status. That includes K through 12 schools and other indoor community settings. None of the state's 29 counties requires public indoor masking. In Utah, county health departments can issue mask mandates. Cities and local school districts cannot. However, county governing bodies such as the legislature could overturn them, as state lawmakers did in January, immediately ending the mask mandates issued in Salt Lake and Summit counties. So I guess that people just want to get coronavirus.
At this point, apparently.
Or they don't think they will.
Yeah.
I went to a restaurant Monday. We were indoors, and I had to, not wear my mask while I was eating. But there was no one in that restaurant. Not the wait staff, nobody.
No, I find that when I go places, I'm the only one wearing a mask.
Me too.
It's really kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, grocery store, liquor store, wherever it is, I'm the only one wearing a mask.
You know where people are always wearing masks. I go to the pharmacy way too often, and everybody at the pharmacy wears a mask.
Yeah.
Now, some of the customers do not, and I think the pharmacist should just say, sorry, why don't you get a mask and then I'll help you. But you can't be here without it.
Yeah. And we got Dr. Cobble coming up here in our next break. So if you have any questions about any of this, 877-602-9696, once we get done voting for boners.
This story coming out of Weber County, it says, due to extremely dry conditions across the state, a Stage 1 fire restriction order has been issued in several Utah counties. That order limits where fires can be legally burned. I think it should be nowhere, including a ban on all campfires and fireworks outside of incorporated city limits until conditions approve. Certain cities may have further restrictions regarding campfires and fireworks. Until the order, or under the order rather, the following acts are now prohibited in many counties. Campfires are open fires outside of agency-improved maintained campgrounds. Discharging of fireworks or other pyrotechnic devices outside of incorporated city limits, shooting of exploding targets or tracer ammunition, cutting, grinding, or welding of metal in areas of dry vegetation, use of off-highway vehicle chainsaw or internal combustion engines, no smoking near vegetation, use of any, sky lanterns and Chinese lanterns. I guess I'll have to...
That's you.
Have to, cancel my Chinese lantern display. So, you just shouldn't be doing any fireworks this year. Just don't do it.
Yeah.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is scheduled to travel to Utah today. I think he's here for a series of high-dollar fundraising events. Attendees will pay $5,000 or more to hobnob with DeSantis, who is considering a run for president in 2024. Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes, among a handful of business leaders and Utah Republicans, hosting a pair of fundraisers for DeSantis on Wednesday. Other high-profile Utahns listed as hosts for the fundraisers include ClearLink founder James Clark, property developer Scott Keller, NAMI Health founder Mark Newman, and nutraceutical founder Bruce Huff, according to invitations obtained by the Salt Lake Tribune. The events include a breakfast in Salt Lake City. He's probably breakfasting right about now, or getting ready to.
I thought I felt something.
I wonder if they're going to Wendy's, maybe.
Sure.
Thank you,
a
Carrie.
lunch reception up in Park City. Attendees at the breakfast are forking over $500 per person, or $2,500 for a photo with DeSantis.
My
Tickets
goodness.
to the luncheon, $500 each. Yeah. And it says he hasn't decided to run, but, this indicates that he has decided to run for president. That's what it indicates to me. State Medical Examiner's Office is trying to identify skeletal remains of a decomposing body found in a Draper Canyon. The body was male, found in a dry creek bed just off the Ghost Falls Trail in Corner Canyon inside city limits, Draper Police Lieutenant Pat Evans said. They were skeletal remains. Actually, he said, not anything more than skeletal remains. We don't know how long the body had been there, but the medical examiner is trying to determine whose remains they are. There was a cougar in Murray, and it was caught in a Murray neighborhood. There are photos of it. Poor thing, anesthetized, and I guess they take the cougar and release him somewhere.
Where?
I don't know. I'd like to know, but I don't. Steve Bannon, his trial began today, I believe.
Yeah, it starts today.
After weeks of legal wrangling and heated speeches on the courthouse steps, the criminal trial of Stephen K. Bannon opened, it opened yesterday as prosecutors told the jury that they would have to answer a simple question. Did Mr. Bannon defy the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol by blatantly ignoring a subpoena? Well, the answer to that is yes.
Yes. That's why they think it's going to be a very short trial.
Bannon, who left the White House in 2017, was indicted in November on 2 counts of contempt of Congress after he refused to comply with the committee's formal demand for records and testimony concerning the Capitol riot. So he did. He did ignore it. He said he wouldn't. He clearly violated the law.
Yeah.
Prosecutors say
there's
it
really
wasn't
nothing to
optional.
argue about here. Yeah.
It wasn't a request.
No.
It wasn't an invitation. It was mandatory, and he said, I'm not doing it. So, and finally this, hundreds of desert tortoises are in need of a new home. The Arizona Fish and Game Department says they have about 260 Sonoran desert tortoises looking for forever homes. That's a lot. It's the most we've had in a long time for sure. Tegan Wolf says that the tortoises are of a wide range of ages and sizes, and, they live 80 to 100 years.
Yeah.
So they're going to outlive you. And they also are very personable. These tortoises have personality, and they like to be around people. They, if you interact with them, they like that.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be an interesting pet to have, but if you want one, you have to build a burrow for it.
A burrow.
Yeah.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Weather, well, right now it currently feels like 74 outside, but we're going to get a high of 97 with a lot of sun, very little clouds today, and then tomorrow and Friday 101, Friday 102. It's going to be so much fun. That is your weather. Traffic, I don't have any updates since that crash in Taylorsville on 2300 West in the eastbound of I-215, which should be cleared back about 20 minutes ago. So that's all I've got, and everything else looks green on the freeways and highways. So traffic for you right there.
Here's boner candidate number 3. An umbrella at the beach? We can't have that. No umbrellas, no tents or canopies allowed at the beach. That's an actual rule at Florida's Bel Air Shore, a Pinellas County coastal community. And some beachgoers are throwing shade on the ordinance after one man was ticketed $116 because he had the gall to put up a beach umbrella. Pedro Rodero said the Florida sun is not something he likes to mess with because he has had several issues with skin cancer. I've had several cancer spots taken off my face, he said. Last month, Mr. Rodero put up his umbrella to enjoy some shade on the beach at Bel Air Shore. And he got ticketed. $116.
For an umbrella?
Officers came up and said, we have to take that umbrella down. I said, well, why is it we have to take it down? And said, it's an ordinance. You can't have an umbrella on the beach. And then they gave me a ticket.
Why?
I don't know. I guess they think it looks junky or something. But there are no umbrellas.
That's crazy.
That's stupid. Right. Boner candidate number 3, an umbrella at the beach? We can't have that.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1 is, it appears that Tyler Perry's Medea has robbed a bank. It's a tall, slender guy wearing a woman's dress and robbing a bank in Georgia. Boner candidate number 2, which is it, Jesse? A hoax or a horrible crime that you helped solve? Jesse Waters suggesting that 10-year-old rape victim's abortion was a hoax. And then a rapist was arrested, and Jesse Waters said, "You know why they got arrested? Because we shine the light on it here on our show. You were responsible for solving that crime." And boner candidate number 3, an umbrella at the beach. We can't have that.
All right, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, July 20th, 2022. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Another way is to call Miriam in the producer's booth. Taking your voice votes live at 877-602-9696. Let's see, you can also vote online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, July 20, 2022, and vote there. So 3 ways you can vote. Now, don't forget that once we get done with the voting, Dr. Cobble will be here to answer your questions, not just about COVID, but about any sort of medical question that you have. So as soon as we award the boner, start lining up with your questions at 877-602-9696 or 33986.
Hey, it's Marcy. You should join me right after.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
Tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo Lamas?
Yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Robin Shue.
It sounds like just a great movie.
Yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God. And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry, today is no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
We got Dr. Cobble on the line, and he'll be taking your questions. You can line up now at 877-602-9696 or text your questions to 33986. But first, let's award Boner of the Day.
Okay. And it's brought to you in part by barbecue chicken sandwich and Uncle Todd's potato salad.
Ah.
Yum. And Baseco is the first name in foundation stabilization in Utah. Is that just a crack on the wall, or is it a sign of a major issue? Are your windows or doors sticking? Does any area of your floor slope? Level up with Baseco, Utah's highest quality foundation stabilization and repair. Schedule a free assessment today at baseco.net. That's BASECO.net.
Well, only two people really seem to be upset that Tyler Perry's Medea is Robin Banks.
If you saw the pictures, it's...
it's a boner candidate because the guy is just so dumb. He thinks that that's a good disguise to rob a bank. And not many more of you cared much about the umbrella at the beach. 10 of you cared about that. But 170 of you decided, and rightfully so, Jesse Waters should be boner of the day.
There it is, your boner of the day for today, July 20th, 2022. Now qualified to be boner of the week. That'll happen on Friday at about 9:45 with Dave the Flower Guy. Is this brought to us by anyone, Katie?
Nope. Let's just get to
Okay,
it.
let's get to Dr. Cobble.
Dr. Michael Cobble is with us, and you can ask him questions, and he can answer them. Dr. Cobble, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. Thank you.
That was your first question of the morning, is how are you?
Easy.
And you did very well with the answer, I must say.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. But you guys out there can ask Dr. Cobble anything you want. It doesn't have to be about coronavirus. Maybe you want to know about the monkeypox.
Oh, yeah.
877-602-9696 is the number to call, or you can text questions to us, 33986. Dr. Cobble, do you know much about the monkeypox?
I know that it's not something you want to catch.
How do you
and it
catch
tends
it?
to be more. It's typically physical contact, fluid contact. So the big risk is big cities where there's a lot of male-to-male contact, those kinds of interactions. So I think you just want to be really careful around close contact with people that have high-risk behaviors.
Is it something? Now, for instance, when the AIDS was at its height, they said you can protect yourself pretty well if you wear a condom. Is the same thing for monkeypox?
Yeah, but I think there's still that risk of respiratory spread as well. But again, it's got to be really close contact. So again, there is a vaccine for it. I think the problem is that just the response hasn't been very good to prevent the spread.
And there are cases of it in Utah we were talking about earlier, so be on the lookout.
Yeah, I think again I think the cases are rare in the smaller states or the less populated states. I think you're going to see it in the coastal areas and larger cities, much higher risk.
It's not deadly, though, is it?
Well, it is actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not something you want to catch. My best friend lives in New Jersey, and we went out to visit in July and 4th of July, and we decided not to get together because of our our close relationship.
Yeah.
We didn't want to catch monkeypox from one another.
Yeah.
Let's then talk about coronavirus. Do we have any calls? Or
Oh, we got
questions?
one, yeah.
Yeah, let's go to that.
877-602-9696 is the number to call if you have a question, or text them to 33986. Let's go to Diego. Hi, Diego.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah, what's your question?
Hey, you guys probably remember I called last week. I said, hey, we got COVID.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to the doctor is this. Is there any... So my whole family had it. That was about over a week ago. I tested after 5 days, and I'm still testing positive, which is, anyways, aggravating, if anything. But the question is this. Is there any benefit to me wearing a mask inside my home to prevent our family sort of from keep passing it around?
Well, I think if your whole family caught it, then there probably is no value in wearing a mask in the home unless somebody who hasn't caught it will be in your home environment. Dr. Vogler, one of my peers near my office, and I were talking about this 3 or 4 weeks ago. People have been testing positive a lot longer than we've seen with prior iterations of COVID. So I've been seeing a lot of people test positive for 8, 10, 12, 15 days.
Wow.
So the prior recommendation was to quarantine for 5 and mask for 10. I think that you're probably going to have to quarantine for 7 to 10 days, or at least mask for 10 to 14, or until your test is negative. But if your whole family tested positive, then wearing a mask in the home doesn't make a lot of sense unless you're going to have an uninfected person visit your home, come inside your house.
For instance, Diego, I'm broadcasting from home because there's one person in my house who has COVID right now, and he's been really good about staying in his room. and the rare times he comes out, he's wearing a mask, and we put on a mask when he comes out of the room, and that seems to be an appropriate response, doesn't it, Dr. Cobble?
Yeah, that's the perfect thing to do. You know, mask if they're going to come out of the room, have them mask and have you mask so you don't catch it yourself.
Yeah, he was able to get through the boards that I'd nailed over his door. It was really...
He's quite strong. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Diego.
See you later.
Thank you.
Yeah,
okay, thanks.
Glad you're doing well.
We will take a short break and be back with more questions for Dr. Cobble. People are starting to line up. 877-602-9696. You can ask about the COVID or the monkeypox or whatever medical question you may have for Dr. Cobble. Call now. All right. Traffic, please.
I was informed that there was a crash northbound on Bangerter Highway, South Frontage Road, right before the entrance to the eastbound 201. It's a motorcycle and 2 to 3 cars, or 3 to 4 cars, I should say. So Bangerter is really backed up, including the the connection of Bangerter into Draper. That is fairly slow as well. There is a stalled vehicle southbound I-15 at 3300 South on the off-ramp. It's the eastbound off-ramp, I should say, and the right lane is blocked, so be careful there. There is a crash southbound I-15 in Kaysville. The right lane is the right shoulder is closed there, or is covered there, so be careful and go around on the left side.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the latest. There is slowage on Point of the Mountain, of course, so just be careful about that and go slow. That is traffic for you.
All right. Thank you very much. Like I said, we'll take a break. We'll be back with your questions for Dr. Cobble, 877-602-9696, or text 33986. RenaissanceRanch.com.
If someone you know is struggling with alcohol or drug addiction, Renaissance Ranch is the place for them. You know, statistically, addictions, more men become addicted to substances than women, and that's why Renaissance Ranch is a program designed for male patients specifically. Renaissance Ranch Addiction Treatment Center, one of Utah's premier drug and alcohol treatment facilities. If you go to their website, renaissanceranch.com, you'll see hundreds of 5-star reviews from people who Renaissance Ranch have helped, either personally or their family members who have seen the results that Renaissance Ranch provides. They have residential and outpatient services both. So why don't you just, if somebody's struggling, check it out. Renaissance Ranch. Schedule a free consultation. Go to renaissanceranch.com. They do accept most private insurance.
So you saw this video a week or so ago about the guy strapped a GoPro to his dog to see what the dog did while he was at work.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see it.
It was disturbing because the dog didn't have a moment's rest. It was nervous and frightened.
In the house?
In the house, and
He's never coming back. He's never coming
it would hear noises outside and be on alert, you know, and it terrified me. Because I thought to myself about my dog, Ripley. I was just convinced because she can be a little high strung. And I was just convinced that.
I don't think she's big enough to strap a GoPro to. It'd be too heavy.
We did not do that. We did, however, a friend of ours gave us this drop cam.
What is it? What is that?
It's a live camera that we set up.
Like a nanny cam?
Like a nanny cam. In the living room.
Are you looking at her right now?
This is broadcasting live from my living room right now.
Now, does she just stay in your living room during the day, or can she roam around
Well,
the house?
That's what we wanted to know. Her favorite spot seems to be, we've set up a little kind of a table next to the window, and she likes to sit there and look out the window. So we watched her for a day. She didn't leave that spot.
Well, she's fine then. Don't you feel better?
She's sleeping.
Yeah.
All the time.
Well, that's good.
She's a teenager.
Exactly.
She talking back to you?
I thought she'd at least be on guard or a little on alert.
Nah.
No. She barely moved.
A bomb can go off in the front yard.
And that's the other thing is that it has a motion sensor, so it'll alert me. Motion is detected, you know.
That never happens.
No.
She doesn't move.
She was a day. She was lying there.
Then she's perfectly comfortable. This should make you feel good.
Yes and no. She's kind of lazy. A little disappointed.
She's never going to amount to anything.
I think you ought to make her get a job.
Maybe. Require her to get
little lazy dog.
Lazy dog. Maybe get her, a list of duties, chores.
Yeah.
You leave her list on the counter.
This has got to be done by the time I'm
get
home.
She can put a little paw print next to the one she's completed.
But yeah, that video of the dog that was freaking out, it was disturbing to watch. Made me very upset.
Somebody in the chat room says that most dogs are like that. That guy's dog is just a neurotic mess.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my cat, who is a jerk when we're at home.
Jerk cat?
Mr. Fluffy Pants. I was sitting there yesterday. I was talking to my wife, and he came up and bit me on the arm for no reason. I'm just sitting there, ow, what are you doing? And it wasn't hard, but just kind of went and bit me on the arm. I'm certain that cat just sleeps all day. And then when we get home, it goes crazy.
Well, it's because you're in its house when you get there.
Yeah. He just sleeps all day.
Do you think he's like a reincarnated dead person from somebody that hated you? And they're back to haunt you?
No.
No, you don't think so?
No, I
He's
don't.
biting you for no reason.
No,
Maybe it's
I
a
don't.
reason from a past life.
No, I don't.
No?
I don't think that.
I think
I think he's a curse from God. God sent the cat to torment.
Officially.
No, he's just a rambunctious teenager who, when he bites me, I give him a little cuff up the side of the head, and he stops. I go, don't do that.
Sponsored by.
Sponsored by, do you owe $10K or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right. We will continue our questions with Dr. Cobble. Like I said, they don't have to be about COVID, but they probably are. So let's begin with Stacy. Hello, Stacy.
Hello. Thanks so much for taking my call. I have a question about ivermectin. My sister recently had COVID, and she contacted her doctor, and they said, well, come on in, and we'll give you a shot of ivermectin or a pill. I don't know what it was. And I kept saying to her, I don't think so. I don't think that's approved. I can't imagine a doctor would give that to you. And she's like, no, I'm pretty sure. And she was loopy with the, COVID brain. but it was ivermectin, and they gave her an infusion of a bunch of I almost said vegetables, sorry, vitamins. And so I'm just wondering, is that really something that doctors are doing now, and why would that be, and does it actually help?
Where does she live?
She lives in South Jordan.
Oh, she lives here in Utah. Well,
yes,
it's pretty wacky. Yeah, it's pretty wacky.
I agree.
No, I know there are some clinicians here and around the United States that do it, and there have been multiple studies in test tubes that show ivermectin has an antiviral effect, but none of the studies in humans have shown a benefit. But, the placebo effect's very powerful, and some people want to go against traditional medical care.
Stacy, was this a doctor that she went to?
It was her doctor's office. So she called them and they said, come on in. And she was too sick to drive. And so she couldn't make it that day. She was just too tired. And then it was last Wednesday when she called me and she said, no, I've decided to go in, because I texted her and I said, please don't, and then I heard from her Wednesday and she said, no, I'm going in. And I said, I think, maybe they're telling you, or maybe you've got it wrong. It's not ivermectin. Maybe that's just the name sticking in your head. And she said, no, it's ivermectin. So, so I wasn't trying to make her, feel like a dummy, but I was like, are you sure? That can't be right.
Well, you know what? She is a dummy.
There's something up here.
For letting them put it in her.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
Yeah, she said the infusion was interesting.
Yeah, I think the risk of it hurting her is very low, but I think some of those treatments, hydroxychloroquine, bleach, sunshine, ivermectin, that have been promoted by politicians.
Yeah.
Kind of wacky folks out there. Again, I think the hope that an anti-parasite medication that is used in horses would have some benefit in humans. So, I can't say your sister is a horse's ass. Can I say that on there?
Yeah, you can, although we probably have lost a listener now.
Thanks, Stacy.
Well, thank you. Yeah,
Thanks.
she was just so desperate. Yeah. So can I just ask one other quick question?
Quickly.
Okay. So Carrie and Bill, don't be mean to me, but just quickly. So with the vaccines, I understand getting them for us, but where it doesn't help in not spreading it to other people. No, I'm not even going to ask it. Never mind. I'll just go with the horse's ass, and I'll be that. So thank you so much.
I think you're right. Don't ask it.
That was your.
I won't ask.
Your instincts are correct there, Steve. All right.
See you later.
Bye.
I think just to follow up real quickly on that, Paxlovid is approved in the first 5 days and shows nearly a 90% reduction in severity of COVID. Icosapent ethyl is another prescription medicine that's more natural. It's EPA fish oil. That showed a 70% reduction in COVID symptoms and duration of illness. So those are two things that are remarkably helpful. And then the new vaccine that just got approved is Novavax, and that's based on older technology. So the hope is that those people that wouldn't do the messenger RNA vaccine, they'll do the Novavax vaccine, and that vaccine is based more on old traditional technologies with the protein. So that'd be like diphtheria and tetanus vaccines, hepatitis B vaccines, human papilloma vaccines. That showed a 90% reduction in COVID. In the elderly or the sicker patients, it showed only 80%, so not quite as good as the mRNA vaccine. But the hope is the 30% of people, Americans, that haven't gotten a vaccine will get the more traditional vaccine to try to limit the spread of this illness that's still killing 500 Americans every day.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's go to Julie. Hi, Julie.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely, but go
Speak
ahead.
up.
Okay, sorry. I'm in my car, just sitting outside of work.
Okay, there we go. We can hear you now.
Okay, so I have had asthma most of my life, and I use a daily inhaler, but since having COVID, I find myself using my rescue inhaler a lot more. What are the downsides of using albuterol more often?
Well, I don't think there are a lot of downsides unless it's raising your heart rate or adding a little agitation, because it is a stimulant. So if you are finding that you're getting your heart rate go up, or you're getting a little shaky, a little nervous from it, or you're using it more than twice a week, typically using a LAMA or LADA or a monoclonal antibody, so a steroid inhaler or one of the monoclonal antibodies, some of the newer asthma products may have more value for you, especially if you have moderate or severe asthma. If you're using your rescue inhaler, sorry.
I was going to say, I have asthma, and I take a corticosteroid every day along with a rescue inhaler, and I've been doing that for years. And I don't have any setbacks that I know of from using albuterol for years now. So that's...
Yeah, I don't think there are any risks of that. The recommendations just... If you're using the rescue inhaler more than twice a week, they would really recommend an inhaled corticosteroid with a longer-acting bronchodilator, or there are a few other agents on the market that may have other value. But I think that there's no risk of the rescue inhaler.
All right.
Okay.
There you go.
Get to work.
Thanks, Julie.
Thank you.
Let's go to Allie. Hi, Allie.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much for taking my call. I just wanted to ask Dr. Cobble. I got over COVID about 3 weeks ago now, but last weekend I went to a convention. I was masked the whole time that I was around the crowds. Masks were required, but I'm still, kind of nervous about the potential of catching it again, even though hypothetically I shouldn't be able to catch it so soon. I'm just wondering what is the risk that he has seen and how quickly some people may be able to get reinfected.
Yeah, I think it's possible to recatch this in 1 to 3 months. So I think that you would have immunity for probably 30 to 90 days, although the newer Omicron variants tend to be a little bit more risk of bypassing that immunity. But I think that you're probably good for 30 to 60 days. But after a month or two, I think you've got to be really careful around unmasked people or unventilated areas. And at this point, it looks like probably 25 to 30% of the population is catching this in the last 2 to 6 weeks, and we may see 50 to 70% catch it over the summer. So I would just operate under the premise that 1 out of every 3 or 1 out of every 2 people you're seeing may have it, and they may not know it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Thanks for calling.
Thank you very much. Well, that's all the time we have, Doc.
Well, thank you, Dr. Cobble. Always a pleasure to hear from you, and hopefully we'll talk again next week.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
All right, now that the phone lines are open, 877-602-9696. You can call and line up to beat Gina, or in this case, beat Katie. Pop culture trivia. If you win, you will win what? Tickets.
I'm going to switch it up today. You can get Imagine Dragons tickets. They're coming to Rice-Eccles Stadium on August 5th.
There you go.
All right, traffic. According to a texter, there's a free TV in the middle of the road of I-15 southbound right after Valley Fair Mall if you're interested. Otherwise, there is a crash northbound Bangor Highway at 21st South. So Bangor's having a lot of problems right now. The right lane is closed there. It's not going to be cleared until 9 o'clock. I hear there's a motorcycle possibly involved. The stalled vehicle southbound I-15 at 3300 South on the off-ramp to the eastbound off-ramp. The right lane is blocked, so be careful there. Should be cleared about 8:40. And then the crash southbound I-15 milepost 328 in Kaysville. The right shoulder is closed, so be careful there. Go around on the left side. That won't be cleared until 9 o'clock. And that is all I have for traffic. There's still some slowage at Point of the Mountain and around Bangor Highway, so be careful around there, okay? And it's brought to you by the Big O Red, White, and Blue sale is here. Save up to $100 on select sets of tires at Big O's Red, White, and Blue sale going on now. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
All right, we will take a break, have a song, and be back with Beat Gina. Beat Katie this time because Gina is out of town. You could win Imagine Dragons tickets. 877-602-9696. BigOTires.com.
Yeah, as Katie was just saying, the big red, white, and blue sale at Big O Tires. Now, Big O Tires has the lowest price. They guarantee this, the lowest price on every tire every day. But in addition to that, right now, you can save up to $100 instantly on sets of Bridgestone, Firestone, and Nexen tires. I suspect this is only going to go on until the end of the month, so take advantage of it at your local Big O Tire store. Big O Tires, they're trusted, high-quality auto service of all kinds. They do brakes and oil changes and alignments and fluid checks and all of that sort of stuff.
And they're fast. They're really
they're
fast.
very fast by certified technicians at Big O. Another nice thing about this is you can make an appointment to have all that done online. That's really a good thing to do. Just go to bigotires.com, find the store near you, and make an appointment at Big O Tires. Big O Tires is the team you trust. What would our
time once again for one of our new regular features. It's called
Hello, Sailor Boys!
I have Sailor Mail from Festus, who's at boot camp at the Recruit Training Command in Great Lakes, Illinois. It says,
Festus is Gina's son, ladies and gentlemen. Most of you know that, but it doesn't help to reset.
"Hey Mama, 19 days till graduation. I've been a lot busier the last few days, and being busy makes it more bearable living with 90 18 to 25-year-old males. It's usually hard enough just living with myself. We passed our bunk makeup and personnel inspections almost flawlessly and are currently at the top of our training group."
Now wait, so they inspect their bunk, they inspect their makeup, and they have training sessions. I didn't know they wore makeup.
Apparently.
The camouflage makeup,
Our drill or marching inspection is in 2 days, so we've been marching for at least 2 hours a day to practice for the coming week. Next week, we're going to do guns. You know how much I love guns. USA, USA. And the week after that, firefighting training. We're pretty much on our way to being the cat's pajamas, but like in a cool military way. Last night for dinner, we had pulled pork and potatoes, too, so you could say it could be worse. Yeah. By the way, I think Pulled Pork and Pistols should be the next Clint Eastwood movie, probably if he hasn't died already. Has he? I want to know everyone who's died since I've been here. I missed the news. I really went from 0 to 100 knowing everything that was going on, coming here and knowing diddly squat. So give me the headlines. By the way, I appreciate the friends of the program that have sent me letters telling me what's going on, too. I love you so much, and I can't wait to see you when I get out. And the mountains. I also want to see the mountains. Sorry if you haven't gotten my letters. The Navy's mid-pandemic postal service is not up to par, but I'm getting more of them recently. P.S. I know my handwriting is atrocious, but really, who is expecting any more than that? Love, Festus. I also got a message from his wife yesterday who said, "Has Festus called you today?" No, I haven't talked to him. He hasn't called me the whole time he's been gone. He gets a few phone calls, and they always go to his wife.
Mm-hmm. How long has he been gone now?
He left on July 26th.
Okay.
So, I said, "No, he didn't call me today. Why? Is anything wrong?" And she said, "Well, I was driving and I missed his call, and I'm wondering if he called you instead." I said, "No, I didn't hear from him. Let me know," because they have scheduled calls, so you're close to your phone when it's supposed to happen. And she texted me a little while later, and she said, "Well, he was supposed to get a long phone call from me, but someone in his division thought it'd be funny to put shaving cream in somebody else's boot, and so the whole division didn't get their phone call."
Oh,
really?
Those swabbies, those jacktars.
Really? This far in, we're still doing stuff like...
That's what you do when you sail the 7 seas.
So, they punished the entire unit?
Yes.
Because one guy?
Yes.
Yes, because you are supposed to be as one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be that one guy.
So
I
can you
saw
imagine?
Full Metal Jacket. I know how they take it out on you, you know?
Can you imagine saying, I get to call my wife, I haven't talked to my wife in a week, and I get a 5-minute window of a phone call, and they take it away from me because some jerk in my division decides to fill a boot with shaving cream.
I saw what
That's the
happened.
Navy for you.
I saw what happened to Vincent D'Onofrio in Full Metal Jacket. The socks with soap in them, you know. and
Yeah.
They hold him down, and I don't want to be that guy.
No.
Well, don't join, and don't put cream in anybody's boot.
No.
Well,
But I want to thank friends of the program again. I got lots of letters for Festus that I've been printing off and sending to him. And yes, he appreciates the news, as he keeps saying. It would be hard. Like, for us, we do this every day, and we are very involved in the news. Can you imagine being, I know Carrie tries to go on blackout sometimes, but can you imagine being, not even having access to the news if you wanted it? Like, you have no idea.
it would be delightful.
You
Well,
think
yeah, I mean-
so, but it would drive me crazy.
Well, it's like I said, it's because of what I do for a living that I'm paying attention to things. If I was not doing what I do for, this radio show and Geek Show podcast, I wouldn't pay attention to most of that stuff.
Yeah, I would let a lot of stuff slide.
I think I would just let it all go, you know?
But I had to write him a letter and tell him Chadwick Boseman died.
Oh, you didn't know about that?
You had
No. Well, no, that's what he wants to know. He's like, I need to know who died. Tell me who died.
Stop. He thinks he wants to know that. Keep it from him. Hide the
think?
ugly truth. How's he going to go on now that he knows that Chadwick Boseman is gone?
And Wilford Brimley. I told him about Wilford Brimley. And
Well, that one was okay.
Yeah. Well, this has been
Hello, Sailor Boy!
on X96.
So if you have a son in the Navy and would like us to read his letters on the air, please send them to Radio From Hell at x96.com. It's time to put aside your sadness over the marital discord between Bortus and Clyden and cheer up with a game of Beat Katie. Yes, Beat Katie, the most popular game show on the planet Mockless. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. In this messy world, you need a... Yes? In this messy world, you need a strong paper towel. That's why you need Brawny. Get the job done with the strength you can lean on. Brawny paper towels. And now, here he is, your Brawny host, Kerry Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome.
That Brawny money. All right. We have a contestant. The randomizer has picked Corey. Hello, Corey.
Hello.
All right, Corey, just fine. We're going to toss a coin to determine who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, Corey?
Tails never fails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails.
Oh, man. 3 in a row.
There you go. That means Corey gets the first question. These are multiple choice trivia questions. I'm going to tell you the topic in a moment. But if you win, if you beat Katie, because Gina's not here, if you beat Katie, you will win tickets to see Imagine Dragons.
Yep.
And they're coming to town
On August 5th at Rice-Eccles Stadium.
All right. But if she beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name, Corey?
I'm going to make a donation to the Ronald McDonald's House.
All right. There you go. All right. Now, the question topic today, well, mostly, will be Judy Greer trivia.
Who?
It's her birthday today. She's an actress who is wonderful in everything that she does.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't place her face.
Right. What's her name again?
Judy Greer.
Who?
Maybe it's just me, but I can. I like her a lot.
I like her a lot. I met her at Comic-Con some 7
cool.
years ago, and she was delightful. She was there for the Archer panel. And
okay.
Anyway, but I only have 4 Judy Greer questions because, we couldn't find an awful lot of questions. So once we run through those, then we'll go to potpourri. All right? Okay. Corey, here's your first question. Judy Greer's character had the same name in both The Village and Arrested Development. What was it? What was her character's name? Was it A, Moxie, B, Baby, C, Velveeta, or D, Kitty?
Kitty.
Kitty is correct.
All right. That's a point for Corey. Corey, could I inquire, do you know who Judy Greer is?
Arrested Development is like one of my favorite shows. So I know her from that.
All right.
And she was the crazy girlfriend on that one. All right. Let's see. Katie.
Yeah.
Why did the producers of Love Happens encourage Judy Greer to change her hair color to red?
Because that's awesome.
Was it A, that color really ties the room together? B, gives off a Lucille Ball vibe? C, she looked too similar to Jennifer Aniston? Or D, that color will help you stand out from the other actresses?
I'm going to go with my gut and go with C.
Jennifer Aniston was in that movie, so
All
yes.
right. The score is tied 1-1. It's now Corey's question.
Corey? Judy Greer wrote an autobiography. What is the title of Judy Greer's autobiography? Was it A, Wishful Drinking, B, I Don't Know What You Know Me From, My Life as a Co-Star, C, My Mother Was Nuts, or D, Official Book Club Selection?
I'm going to have to go with B.
B is correct. I don't know what you know me from.
Oh, that's 2 for Corey. Now, Katie, you have a chance to tie.
Hey.
All right. How many characters did Judy Greer play on 2.5 Men?
Oh, boy.
Was it A, 3? B, all of them. It was a one-woman show. C, 1. That was projected over the Las Vegas sky 12 times the size of God. Or D, 69. Nice.
A?
A is correct. 3.
Oh, the game is tied. But Corey, you, because you got to go first, you now control the question. You could win with this point.
Oh, Corey. Vin Diesel trivia.
Oh, boy.
You better get this right, because you know that Katie's going to get it right.
I know this stuff.
Which is the only Fast and Furious film that Vin Diesel was not in? Was it Corey? Was it A, Too Fast, Too Furious? B, Fast and Furious? C, Super Fast? Or D, Faster Pussycat Kill Kill?
I'm going to have to go with A.
I was gonna get mad if you didn't get that right. I'm not gonna lie.
Perfect, Corey. You win the game. Way to go. You get the tickets to see Imagine Dragons.
Very nice.
Yep.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information and tell you how to get those tickets. All right?
Happening August 5th.
Thank you, Corey. All right, Johnny, thank you.
It's my pleasure. I have to go. I'm going down to Arizona to adopt a tortoise.
Make sure you have a burrow.
Yes.
Right. News brought to you by...
I'm going to say this right. While NASA's Perseverance rover and Ingenuity helicopter is exploring Mars hundreds of millions of miles away from Earth, their twin models are visiting Clark Planetarium in downtown Salt Lake City. Free to the public, open 7 days a week at the Gateway.
David Crosby.
Oh, yeah.
You know David Crosby from Crosby, Stills, and Nash. They call him the Cros.
Yeah.
He's been also called an unkind schmuck.
Yeah, he was.
For criticizing a fan's caricature depiction of him. The founding member of the Byrds and Crosby, Stills, and Nash was blunt in his response to a fan named D.J.B. Sackett, who had shared a work of art, a depiction of Crosby, as a thank you for the music. Crosby responded to Sackett's tweet and the artwork in question by saying, quote, "Well, that's the weirdest painting of me I've ever seen. Don't quit your day job." The musician has since received backlash from people supporting Sackett and his art. One social media user wrote, "Well, this is the weirdest reaction to a fan trying to do something nice I've ever seen. Don't quit your day job, David Crosby, but maybe stop being an unkind schmuck on Twitter." Another person tweeted, "David Crosby's essy attitude towards a fan who took some time to create a piece of fan art highlights a very real issue, that many people in similar positions as him don't care about hurting others. Don't let a decrepit voice like his stop you from sharing your authentic selves."
And it wasn't a horrible picture. It wasn't great, but it wasn't horrible. And Crosby, all you had to do was hit like and move on.
Or say thank you.
Yeah.
Just thank you. Yeah.
That's all you had to do.
Police are looking for a Grantsville father of 5 and new grandfather after he disappeared on Friday.
Oh.
Brian Hayes was last seen by family members after they say he left for work at 7:30 in the morning on July 15. They said his phone is turned off. They have no way of getting in touch with him. Authorities believe Hayes traveled to Heber City, so they're focusing the search in that vicinity. The search is underway in a remote area with rugged terrain where Hayes may have traveled to, including the Mirror and Crystal Lake areas. Community members have been joining the search on ATVs to help in any way they can. We get a little emotional, but he has so many friends that are coming here and helping us. It just gives us more strength and confidence, said Jeff Hayes, Brian's father. We are just going to have to take it day by day and see what we can do. It doesn't really say why. I mean, he left for work. And that was the last time they saw him. Why they're searching in the Mirror Lake, Crystal Lake area.
We got a picture of him at x96.com/live if you...
They found his truck abandoned in the Ashley National Forest. They still haven't found him. But, it's just a mystery. It's really a mystery. And West Jordan police say that a woman showed up at her parents' house on Monday evening. She had a knife with her. She'd been saying strange things and acting oddly. And when she got to her parents' house, with her 3 kids in tow, she stabbed her father in the neck.
Whoa.
Or as it says here, she stabbed her father in the neck area. Causing superficial and non-life-threatening injuries. The incident happened in front of her 3 kids, who were all under the age of 12.
Whoa.
The father went to the hospital, was released a short time later. The woman reportedly fled the scene and was found about a block away. before being arrested and booked. Police say they do say that she has a criminal history. Apparently, she was babbling and saying strange things when this occurred. The suspicion is that there was some drug use.
I was going to say drugs?
Yeah. That'd be a good surmise. I
was going to suggest demonic possession, but that's me.
Yeah. That's a little less likely.
Yeah.
The University of Utah has released findings from an internal review conducted after a student was murdered or allegedly murdered by her ex-boyfriend earlier this year. On Tuesday, university administrators released documentation and a timeline investigation into the death of 19-year-old Jifan Dong. She was killed by 26-year-old Hayo Wang on February 11th, according to police. Mr. Wang allegedly injected Ms. Dong with a lethal dose of heroin and fentanyl. He was charged with murder. Tuesday's report states that there was an intimate partner violence situation between Mr. Dong and Ms. Wang. I think it's vice versa. It's Ms. Dong and Mr. Wang. But staff with U of U Housing and Residential Education did not report the violence to police until Ms. Dong was reported missing just days after her death. Although the university made extensive efforts to support and ensure the safety of Ms. Dong and provide assistance to Mr. Wang, our self-evaluation revealed shortcomings, they wrote. A delay by former members of our housing services staff in notifying university police that there were indications of partner violence, processes, procedures, and trainings in housing that need to be clarified and improved. So the university is fessing up. They're saying there were things that we did wrong, and maybe this could have be prevented. I think it's interesting in light of the case of that. What was her name? Lauren, the young woman who was murdered by.
I can't remember.
She was a student athlete.
Mm-hmm.
The university has kind of resisted any responsibility for that all the way along. They're stepping up. And the January 6th committee, prime time tomorrow night.
Yep.
The select committee says that they will share findings about what former President Trump did during the 3 hours between the time the attack on the Capitol began and he finally told his supporters to leave. Mm-hmm. We have filled in the blanks, said Representative Adam Kinzinger. I can't necessarily say the motives behind every piece of information that we know we'll be able to explain, but this is going to open people's eyes in a big way.
You're going to find out mostly what he didn't do during those 187 minutes. And
there are analysts and people who look at these things, political observers are saying, this whole thing is actually hurting Donald Trump more than
it is more
than we know. It's going to change Republican minds about Donald Trump, and that's what needs to happen. Instead of this, what happened was a slow drip of negative coverage, and they say it's probably been very damaging to him.
Well, it's because these are prime time, and a lot of people are watching them, and it's mostly the people, unlike me, who pay attention to this stuff every day. They don't, and so they're just sort of aware. But now they're seeing this come up more and more, and the cult members in the base, they're not going to change their minds about Orange 45.
No, never.
20 different Republican strategists, party officials, and pollsters in recent days say that this has weakened Donald Trump's support in the Republican Party. Mm-hmm. It's kind of a wet drip. Do you really want to debate the 2020 election again? Do you really want to debate what happened on January 6th, said Bob Vanderplatz, an evangelical leader and former supporter of Trump? Mm-hmm. Do we really want to go through that if he runs? I don't think so. So, yeah.
No, they'll just go with DeSantis, who is worse than Trump, believe it or not.
Well, yeah. And finally, this it's hot. You're aware of this. Mm-hmm. You can't not be aware of it. Utah will continue to see near triple-digit temperatures, if not over 100. There are cool zones around town. In Salt Lake County, dozens of cool zones are open in senior centers, recreation centers, and both the Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County library system. The cool zone is really a very basic concept, said Afton January. Isn't that a nice name? I'm Afton January, a communications manager for Salt Lake County Aging Adult Services. The designated area in the Rivers Bend Senior Center, for instance, serves as a safe haven for people aged 60 and up to escape the heat. It is air-conditioned and much cooler than it's going to be outside. There is some kind of a source of water, like a drinking fountain there. You can sit down and participate in the programs there, or just sit down and read in a cool place. There are people who don't have air conditioning, and this can kill them.
Yeah,
this heat can kill people. So find the cool zones if you're having trouble, and
all right.
Salt Lake County can tell you, and Salt Lake City can tell you.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Sports. Well, the Major League Baseball All-Star game was yesterday. The American team, the American All-Stars versus the National All-Stars, and the American All-Stars won 3-2. We've got a soccer game coming up with Real Salt Lake this Saturday, the 23rd, and it's going to be, I believe it's against Dallas, if I remember correctly. Let me double check that really fast. Yes, FC Dallas. And that's going to be a good game happening on the 23rd. Our national women's team have made it to the Paris Olympics after beating Canada. Alex Morgan is just a beautiful, beautiful player. And that's sports for you.
Okay.
Weather, we're going to have a high of 97 today, partly cloudy, so hopefully those clouds come in and help a little bit at least. Right now it feels like 79, and it's just going to get hotter throughout the weekend. 101 tomorrow, 102 on Friday. So be ready for that.
Yeah, how do you get ready for that?
Yeah. Signal problems, all directions, 5300 south at Commerce Drive in Salt Lake. Clearance time is going to be about 9:45, so it's going to take a while to figure that out, so be careful around there. As of right now, the northbound Bangerter Highway crash at 2100 South and West Valley is still there. The right lane is closed, so go around on the left-hand side. And then that looks like the latest. Checking the message stream really quickly. Nope, that is traffic brought to you by Gracie's is open daily for lunch and dinner and brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food and drink with live music on their award-winning patio, heated patio. Gracie's is at the corner of 3rd South and West Temple, adults only.
All right, we will take a break. We'll be back with things that must go. Stand by.
Wingding. Wing.
Thanks a lot for answering our ad. Look, we've got a lot of other people to interview, so we'll just let you know, okay? Loser.
God, what a bunch of no-loads. I mean, we haven't had one single applicant that I'd even consider hiring. Why are they so bad?
I just think it shows you the quality of people who read the paper.
Yeah.
Losers, all of them.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way the ad is worded. How does it read?
I think I wrote it just the way we talked about. Look, here it is.
Okay.
Oh, listen. We need a new stalker. Do you think you have what it takes? If so, apply in person to Kerry and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys at X96. Previous stalking experience is not required. We will train. X96 is an equal opportunity employer.
That's pretty straightforward. Guess I'm just getting discouraged. I don't think we're ever going to find anybody to replace the old guy.
Well, now, we both agreed that no matter how much we liked him, it would just be stupid of us to wait for him to get out.
Oh, all right.
We're just going to have to keep looking.
Okay. Lori, send in the next applicant, please.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Chunga. Send in the next applicant, will you? We're in a hurry.
No, you don't understand. I am the next applicant.
What? Oh my God, you're serious. You want to stalk us?
We.
You're not impressing us by speaking French.
No. I mean, we want to stalk you. All 10 of my personalities, including Tina the lap dancer. Let's look at this logically, boys. I'm already on the payroll. I know your phone numbers and where you live. And I can gut and skin a rabbit in less than 2 minutes. And you guys probably don't know this, but I've seen both of you naked. Lots of times. And, well, I love you.
Hey, that wasn't bad. What do you think, Bill? He's creeping me out.
Well, let's try the phone test.
Okay.
All right, pretend that it's 3 a.m. There's a thunder and lightning storm going on. My phone rings. I pick it up, and it's you, Chunga. What do you say?
Hello, Bill. Want to go to a jazz game?
No! Doesn't work.
No.
Try again. Phone rings. I pick it up. It's you. What do you say, Chunga?
Bill, it's me, Chunga. Want to go over to Cummings and watch them hand-dip chocolates?
Not even scary. Not scary at all. I'm sorry, Chunga. You just don't have what it takes. Look, send in the next one, would you?
Oh, come on, you guys. I know you don't like all the other stalker candidates. They stink. Besides, there's only one guy left in the lobby, and it's Frank Layton wearing one of his wife's old moo-moos, and his face is smeared with red lipstick.
Red lipstick, huh? Well, send him in.
Mr. Layton, the boys will see you now.
Hello, girls!
Things that must go now, brought to you by
Iconoclad sells your pre-rocked stuff and you keep 50% cash. Check out the new Iconoclad at 855 South State Street in Salt Lake City for your for Utah's most awarded new, secondhand, and festival shopping, and the original boutique at 4th East, 3rd South. Keep SLC weird.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Ah, yes, things that are just bugging you. You can't stand them anymore in your life. You're upset with yourself or you're upset with somebody else, and you say, this must go. So maybe if I send my must go to radiofromhell@x96.com, it'll disappear from my life or make me feel better just to hear it on the radio. So send your must goes, radiofromhell@x96.com, put must go on the subject line. I'll start off. I'd have just a couple of one of mine, really. It's my inability to organize things.
You need some help?
Like my desk.
You need some help?
Or my sock drawer.
Oh, can't help there.
Or the drawer that has all my watches and jewelry in it. My inability to put them into some sort of order. I just can't seem to. If you saw my desk here right now, it's just chaos.
for your watches and jewelry, you need one of those trays, one of those little
container
trays
store.
inside.
I have one, and it is overflowing with crap. I mean, it's just
time to get rid of some.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Let's see this one from a listener. Hello, Lords and Lady of Morning Radio. With your considerable powers, please make these things disappear. A friend of mine just lost her younger brother to suicide. I want her pain to go away, please. Number 2, I've been in the ER twice in the past 4 months due to unknown chest pain. Please take that pain away. Number 3, I still can't believe that Roe v. Wade was overturned. I'm a woman of childbearing years, and a rapist should not be able to choose me as the mother of his child just because I can't have an abortion if I'm raped. Number 4, my aunt had a stroke. This is terrible.
These are all.
My inability to organize things, and then this. I mean, geez. My aunt had a stroke, and my mother is bending over backwards to help her, including doing all of her laundry, visiting her in the care center almost every day, handling her finances, cleaning her house, and attending all of her doctor's appointments. I really wish my aunt's kids would step up so that my 70-year-old mother wouldn't feel like she has to take on so much for her sister. And on a lighter note,
yes,
why can't I buy eggnog in the store all year long? I don't need 7 different brands of multiple flavors, such as pumpkin spice, mint, etc. If I can buy 35 kinds of coffee creamer, multiple kinds of milk from animals, plants, etc., and all the other dairy products, why can't I buy eggnog in July? Thank you all. Thanks for making my morning commute so great. Jess, listener since 2002. Oh, and people that vote for Mike Lee must go. All right. Carrie?
She needs to learn how to make her own eggnog. All right. This one from the foot of Mount Doom. When you accidentally hit an ad as you've been scrolling through Twitter, you accidentally hit the ad?
Yeah.
Well, now the algorithm thinks I'm into crypto.
Oh.
So that's a problem. That's a problem. Let's see. This one from Please Don't Use My Name. My thing that must go is TV and movie scenes that are so dark you can't see anything. I know the directors think it's artsy and it gets praise from some critics, but make it stop. I can't see the scene. I've given up on several shows because they do this all the time. Thanks, Lords. You need to watch with your curtains drawn or your lights out, and then you can see it. This one from Zane. Good morning, Lords. Number 1, when you get the opportunity to drive a Tesla, you take it. What must go is not knowing how to drive the damn car. It's really easy, actually. Number 2, looking at cars for sale, and you don't get a live pic of the car. It's the company's stock picture of the car. You want to actually see the car that you're looking at. Number 3, the boss, a.k.a. wife, saying that I can get a new car when one of my current cars dies. Problem is that I have the Honda Civic and the Hyundai Tucson, and they won't die for a while. They're both more than 10 years old and still going. I liked my Tucson. Number 4, getting a car washed before work and making it look good. Then the rain comes and makes it not look good, and I have to wash it again. Number 5, extremely bright headlights that don't have the bright settings on. They're just hella bright.
Yeah.
It's not fun to be in front of those really bright lights. Thank you, Lords. Glad to hear you're here for at least 2 more years. Zane.
I have one. It says, Dear Lords and Katie, please don't use my name as family is involved. What must go is the lack of empathy in the world. It's cruel enough, and it seems to be getting worse. Come on, people. We must work together to survive in this world, and right now. We are all drowning in the sand because the water is going away. Also, the most important thing that must go are family members that can't be wrong and won't listen to you when you try to explain yourself or express your emotions. Even when you express your emotions in the I feel or this is how I'm feeling way, they turn it around to make you out to be the bad guy when you're just trying to say you're hurt. The I'm right, you're wrong, I'm the victim, and you're attacking me ideals just don't work, but there is no getting through to them. I hate realizing that a family member is toxic for my life when we used to be so close. It's heartbreaking. I just wish there was a way that I could get through to them and help them understand. Thank you for letting me bitch and listen. I couldn't make it through the day without you guys.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Traffic, Katie, please.
There are still signal problems all directions at 5300 South and Commerce Drive in Salt Lake. Clearance isn't going to be until 9:45, so be prepared for slowage and stoppage around there. Crash northbound Bangalore Highway at 2100 South is the right lane is still closed until about 9 o'clock, but should be any minute. If there is a change, let me know at 33986. And just a message stream really quickly. That there is a wreck 7800 South and 13th West. That's all I've got. So that is traffic brought to you by, do you owe $10K or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClure and Stewart today.
All right, coming up after these messages and a song, it's our Dead Celebrity game. Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. If you know your dead celebrities, you could win.
You could win Paramore tickets coming to the Great Saltaire on October 4th.
All right, so you can line up now or during the song. It's up to you. 877-602-9696. So you can call right now. Wendy's for breakfast. It's just so much easier to stop at the drive-thru at Wendy's on your way to work or court or wherever you're going. Rather than taking the time to make breakfast at home and make the mess and then clean it up when you get home. You don't have a breakfast baconator at home either. So hit the drive-thru. Breakfast baconator with the oven-baked bacon. They also have the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant with that sausage is amazing on a flaky croissant bun. That's my favorite. They also have the egg and cheese biscuit, also delicious. Fresh cracked egg. It'll wake you up and have you feeling sunny side up all day long. So I hit the drive-thru at Wendy's for breakfast at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours only. And if you're out late at night driving around, you get a little hungry, and you're thinking French fries, that's what I need is French fries. Hit the drive-thru at Wendy's, and you'll get the hot and crispy French fries, not the soggy stuff that you're used to in other places. They're hot and crispy, guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If you get some that aren't, they will make sure that you get some that are at Wendy's.
So, speaking of TV, I was feeling really down yesterday, and most of this week I felt just kind of down and out of it, and I thought, I need some comfort from a TV show.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh, damn, you know that Joe Pera show? Joe Pera Talks with You. The first season of that was
soothing.
It was so gentle and so nice. I thought, I wonder, and lo and behold, I didn't know, but there's now a second season of it available.
Mm-hmm.
So I sat down and I watched a couple of episodes. I cannot recommend this show highly enough. It's I think each episode is 15 minutes long, something like that. The first one, Joe Pera talks with you about beans, and he builds a bean arch.
A bean arch?
So it's this, and he goes through it and how he does it, and he built this big wire frame that's an archway, and then he's planting beans at the bottom so that they'll climb up all over the archway.
A beanstalk? He's working on a beanstalk.
Gene, it's a bean arch. Specifically, Joe Pera, it's a bean arch. And he said, I don't know how tall I'll make it. Maybe I'll make it tall, just so the beans are dangling down and you can just barely reach them. It's just so comforting. And
you
so
feel better
sweet.
now after
I do.
Okay.
It is so sweet. And I watched 2 of them, and I thought, no, I'm not going to watch any more because I want to watch them. My wife was not around last night. She was off doing roller derby. And so I thought, I'm going to rewatch them. I can't recommend it highly enough. It's on Cartoon. Is this it?
Adult Swim is where I watch it.
Yeah, Adult
Right
Swim.
over there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Joe. Please don't come over here.
Okay.
I'd invite you to join us, Joe. But as you know, each breakfast crew has a delicate balance. Each individual brings something unique to the table, and that makes for great conversation.
I understand.
Let me introduce you around to the boys. There's Jack, our political junkie.
Joe, did you know that 93% of Americans don't approve of murder?
Then there's Jeff, our sports guy.
I missed my son's graduation to watch the U.S. Open on TV.
Tim Rick, he's our Joe Pesci type ball buster.
So, Joe, how old are you? Your face tells me you're 10, but your bald spot tells me you're 63. So what is it?
It's just that was from the first season, The Breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Pera talks to you about breakfast.
And where is this?
Adult Swim.
Adult Swim. Cartoon
And
Network.
I just find it. Find it on demand, and it's great. It is a great show. Such a sweet, gentle, wonderful guy, Joe.
It's a shame that we couldn't find a place for them before now, but I have learned that people mostly want to watch shows about people, so I tried to respect that. Someday, though, I'll make a program with only trees. Maybe even start my own network. Tree TV. No people, just trees.
That's Joe.
Maybe every now and then we'd show an NBA game, but that's it.
That's it.
I can't be the only one who'd prefer to watch Old Chico, a 9,000-year-old spruce, after reading the news. The downside is that my network won't provide much opportunity for human actors. But as we reassess what is essential, I wonder if actors are. Well, there are definitely 2. Ed Harris and Elizabeth Hurley. Last week, I watched Austin Powers for the first time in 10 years, and it holds up very well. A complete send-up of spy films, and one of the things that makes me laugh most. And Elizabeth Hurley is the perfect straight man to Austin Powers. She's one of the few people who can rein him in, and that is no small feat. Can you imagine if it were only Austin Powers? It would be chaos. A town where all the stoplights are green. Fun to imagine, but in real life, fatal. Also, she's one of the only people in the movie not played by Austin Powers. It's just too bad that in the second film, she turned out to be a fembot.
It's true.
It was distressing to me and made dating hard for a long time.
Made dating hard.
Not the robot part. Just imagine falling for someone who then tried to kill you.
You know.
But instead of going down that path,
It's,
why don't I give you
he has a girlfriend in this second season now. He's a school teacher, a middle school teacher, choir and band. I think is what he teaches, the choir.
So
And-
is this like voiceover, just scenery,
No.
or do you see
No.
him
Well,
talk?
this
He's
is,
just-
no.
Oh.
This one is. This is an Adult Swim special called "Relaxing Old Footage" with Joe Pera.
Yeah, that's
And it's just stock footage of forests
Yeah.
and things like that with him talking. He is a stand-up. That is a character. I hate to break it to you, Bill.
Yeah. No, and I've seen him do some stand-up, and he does his stand-up as that same character.
He does the character.
But he has all of these wonderful non-actor actors in Joe Pera Talks with You, like those people in the
Every year
Breakfast
on
Club.
Valentine's Day, a lot of people will wear red to be festive, but I instead wear black out of respect for all the ladies' hearts I've broken with this smile.
That's his stand-up. And you'll love it. He's just it's slow and soothing and really funny.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present straight out of the burial crypts of the rich and famous, the entity that reaps the souls of the most precious members of our society, the stars of stage, screen, and television. He's the one and only, thank God, Frank Christ, here to play a game called Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
I'm Johnny Ola's brother, Tommy Ola. I don't have any paper towel sponsor money. I'm off to help my brother build a burrow for his desert tortoise. Man.
I know he's
bitter.
He seems like kind of a dick.
I think so. Maybe that's why. And you should know, Frank, you have dealt with dicks many a time.
Listen, all of our celebrities are precious. Some have a bad attitude.
Yes, they do. We're here to play the game, and it's Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
In which a contestant has to identify a dead celebrity.
Yes.
We have a contestant there?
Your randomizer has chosen Taryn.
Taryn, how are you?
Taryn with a T, I believe.
Oh, Taryn, how are you?
Good. That's me. I mean, I'm fine. I'm just fine.
Oh, good.
That's what you. Yeah, Taryn, are you ready to play Frank Christ Presents?
They're fine. They're just fine.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to read 4 names, and one of them Frank has dragged off to wherever he drags them, and you have to identify that one. These 4 people are famous magicians. Okay? Famous magicians.
Okay.
Celebrity magicians. Number 1, the most gifted sleight of hand artist ever, Ricky Jay. Number 2, Michael Carbonaro. Number 3, a man who has done 1,500 shows for more than 5 million people, Lance Burton. And number 4, best known for his street magic and endurance stunts, David Blaine. So of those 4 magicians, which one is not fine?
Oh, geez. I don't know. The only person I know is David Blaine, so I hope it's not him. I'm going to go with B.
B, number 2? I'm sorry.
B.
And C is
Man.
C is also wrong. I'm going to give you another chance.
Oh.
Do you think it could be number 1, Ricky Jay, or is it David Blaine?
I think it might be number 1.
Ricky Jay? Oh. You are absolutely correct, Ricky Jay.
I didn't want to take him. He was so good.
He was just great. No, he died in November of 2018. Taryn, you win tickets. What are the tickets we're giving, Taryn?
We're doing Paramore tickets.
Paramore.
Coming to town October 4th.
Taryn, I would advise...
Thank you.
You're welcome. I would advise you and anybody listening, just Google Ricky Jay, his YouTube stuff, and just watch him with how he handles cards.
He's so good.
Man, he's great. Sorry you took him, Frank, but...
I didn't want to.
I know. Thank you, Taryn. Hang on the line, and we'll tell you how you can get your tickets, okay?
Great.
Hang on.
What? Now what, Frank?
Has anyone seen Kim Carnes?
Total Eclipse of the Heart?
No, she's got Betty Davis eyes.
Oh, that's Bonnie Tyler.
Yeah.
How old's Bonnie Tyler?
I don't know. I haven't gotten my orders for Bonnie Tyler yet.
You should check that out.
Kim Carnes is 77.
Who?
Kim Carnes. Carlos Santana.
Oh, yeah.
He's fine, 75.
Uh-huh.
And then the list I have just keeps getting younger, and so I don't think I'll be seeing Stone Gossard or Josh Holloway for a while.
Oh.
Or Sandra Oh, but...
No.
You never
leave Sandra Oh alone.
I don't want
I love her.
All right, Frank, I know you go off after the show, and what do? You cry for a while?
I do. I spend most of my time in the closet crying, waiting for orders from the home office, dreading the call.
To take another precious celebrity.
I love our precious celebrities.
I know you do. It's a shame that you have to take them to the river Styx.
Well,
all right, Frank.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
There he scoots away on his e-scooter, straight back to Hades.
Yep.
I'm just glad he's using an electric scooter because he's concerned about the environment.
Yeah, he is. He's everything about him is wonderful except for the fact that he's a skeleton. And even that he reaps celebrities, it has to be done.
Yeah. Oh, maybe he's after John Lodge from the Moody Blues.
Oh, yeah.
79 today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he could go visit. I think Mr. Lodge is in England. So.
Yeah. J.J. French of Twisted Sister is 70.
Ah.
Okay. Paul Cook from the Sex Pistols, 66, and too ornery to die.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yep. Okay. Well, all right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got big boy news and a pinuendo. All coming up. Stand by. X90.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Our elders are tracting their way across the cosmos, looking for prospective converts, when suddenly they find themselves aboard the last surviving battlestar, Galactica, where our elders are introduced to Commander Adama.
Quiet, Muffy. They don't look like Cylons.
Welcome. I'm Commander Adama.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Say, you look like that guy from Bonanza.
I am in command of this fleet, and we are searching for the lost tribe of humans and a shining planet called Earth.
What a coincidence! We're from Earth. Would this lost tribe you're looking for just happen to go by the name of Nephites?
No, I don't think so. What can you tell us of Earth?
Well, everybody there is pretty much like us.
Hey, Lehigh, why don't you show them the Saturday's Warrior holographic disc that your mom sent you?
Look, Muffy. They have more teeth than you do.
And you say this pretty well represents Earth?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Colonel Ty, turn the fleet around and set course for Cylon.
Father, you can't be serious.
Son, if we have to choose between genocide and a life with those Saturday's Warrior people, I'll take my chances with the Cylons.
So, I guess this means that you won't be joining our church then.
Apollo, Starbuck, show these two to a launch bay, and make sure they take that holodisc with them.
Oh, Felger Carb.
Elder Jensen, what's your language?
Fleeing the Lex Diazevedo tyranny, the last battlestar, Galactica, sets off for a shining planet called Cylon. Join us next time to hear Elder Jensen say,
Hey, do you think that kid knows that his dog is really just a monkey in an orange dog suit?
On the next brain-numbing episode of Space Elders!
$9:18 right now, so we have plenty of big boy news and opinioendo for you, brought to you by
Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming fall semester. Visit nightingale.edu.
Whoa! New York police are looking into a shooting death on the set of Law and Order.
Oh.
More details emerging about the fatal shooting of a Law and Order organized crime crew member. New York police are scrutinizing the violent crime. A crew member on the NBC series told Deadline that he saw a man with something under his shirt running away from the scene. Also, it appears that the vehicle, the victim, parking enforcement worker Johnny Pizarro of Queens, was sitting in when he was shot multiple times, had an orange parking cone on its roof at the time. It appears that there was no security or NYPD officers from the department's movie and TV unit on the scene at the time of the killing, which happened about 5:15 in the morning local time. It is unclear right now if this was an established set for the show or not, or whether the victim was close to where filming was supposed to occur, said a law enforcement source. They know that the NYPD was at the scene of the shooting very soon after it happened. Their presence was in response to a 911 call. The shooting happened where it happened was near the big sound stages that they use on Broadway stages that they use in Brooklyn. And that's all that's really known about it. It's why it happened, or they just don't know. This is Anne Shuglin, who, alongside her husband Alexander Shulgin, developed and experimented with hundreds of psychedelic drugs that he made in his California laboratory. And then they showed readers how to formulate them themselves in a pair of huge books that attracted a cult following. She died on July 9th at her home in Lafayette, California. She was 91 years old. People who use themselves as guinea pigs to research psychoactive drugs or to explore the mind-altering capacities of existing ones are known as psychonauts. And the Shulgins were among the world's most experienced. Ms. Shulgin claimed to have experienced at least 2,000 drug-induced psychedelic episodes, which is an astounding number that compares only in comparison to her husband, who had 4,000 psychedelic episodes. They took their work very seriously.
Apparently.
Whenever Alexander Shulgin, known as Sasha, who had a PhD in biochemistry from the University of California, Berkeley, would concoct a new drug, Ms. Shulgin would give it a try. Take a minuscule dose, and if it seemed to have an effect, they'd convene a panel of friends, fellow chemists, psychiatrists, anthropologists, and test it at higher doses.
That seems dangerous.
Yeah.
But I guess they had fun.
Well, I mean, they were not doing it really. They were serious. They weren't doing it to have fun. They were doing it to really try to find something that would mainly help alcoholism and also people who are suffering from other mental problems.
I'm sure they'd be proud today to find out that certain states have mushrooms legalized.
What's happening, too, is that finally research, and their research was, off the books research. But now serious researchers in a more contained setting are really starting to seriously experiment with LSD and psilocybin and some other substances to see if they are, and they think they may be very useful in combating alcoholism and other problems. So, let's see, Ozzy Osbourne, walking with a cane. He's not well. He underwent what was called life-altering surgery. Ozzy is 73. Maybe Frank is be heading that way.
Might be.
If he does, just a heads up, I will start winning the Deadpool.
Oh, you have him?
He's on my list.
Ozzy wore a black T-shirt, matching trousers as he made his way outside. The former Black Sabbath frontman was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2019. He was relying heavily on his walking stick. I think he had back surgery.
Yeah.
Which is, as I can attest, no fun walking the park.
Can't imagine.
Not fun to have.
Yep. He's not the Prince of Darkness.
The reason surrounding why the superintendent of Salt Lake City Schools, Dr. Timothy Gadsden, was placed on administrative leave is starting to come into focus. Chris Jones at Channel 2.
Yeah, good reporter.
Looking into this. The reason Dr. Gadsden was placed on paid administrative leave, well, Chris Jones says that they've uncovered a trove of documents that shine light on concerns that were raised by some in the district about many of the people that Dr. Gadsden had recently hired. Sources say that there have been a steady drumbeat of complaints about at least 3 top administrators hired by Mr. Gadsden during his short time as superintendent. Leeson Taylor, Executive Director of School Leadership and Performance with the city schools. He was formerly superintendent of Greenville Public School District in Mississippi. In 2016, a video of Greenville school teacher assaulting a special needs student went viral, and Mr. Leeson Taylor was let go by the Greenville School Board after he failed to fire that teacher who had committed that act. 6 years later, he's hired by Dr. Gadsden here in Salt Lake. Another one, Gwendolyn Johnson White, hired by Mr. Gadsden. Gwendolyn Johnson White settled a case with the state of Florida, with the state of Florida, apparently charged with inflating student enrollment numbers at the school, of which she was principal, saying she had more students there than she really did and doing it intentionally to get money for the school. There are others here. Dr. Kimberly Mackey, who all had problems, and Gadsden hired Dr. Mackey as well. So those were some of the irregularities that led to his removal. People love Banbury Cross donuts.
Yes.
I like them quite a bit. That's
They're great.
generally where I go for a donut. They're opening up another shop in Centerville.
I was hoping it'd be closer to me.
Well, sorry. The Centerville location will be Banbury Cross's first expansion outside of Salt Lake City. And people, I guess, are really excited. Carrie, you were saying about the news that Training Table restaurant may...
It's all over my Utah Twitter that I follow. Everybody is excited about Training Table.
The Training Table closed on December 1st, 2016. The final message that they posted on Facebook was, after 39 wonderful years, yesterday was our final day, serving cheese fries, dipping sauce, and burgers. Thanks to our incredible customers and staff who made us a Utah original. Well, that's right. It was always Training Table, a Utah original. Despite its success, the family-owned restaurant was closed following lawsuits filed among family members. The CEO and president of the chain, Stephanie Chard, originally filed a lawsuit against her father, Kent Chard, who had founded the restaurant in 1977, seeking damages for the loss of past, present, and future business opportunities. Kent Chard, her father, filed a counter lawsuit against his daughter. So I guess they have somehow worked some of this out, and because the restaurants were doing well.
Yeah.
They just closed them down because of this family fight. So,
well, two things. I look forward to them sponsoring the Training Table Boner Recap again. And on this cassette tape, You Can't Quit and I Won't Fire You, that we were talking about earlier, it has our cheese fries sketch on it. The Training Table. And back that's in 94.
Yeah, I went to the Training Table quite often, and then for a long time we were doing many commercials for them. And I pretty much could eat free.
This one was featuring your booth announcer, Ben Reed.
Oh, yeah.
Saying, here's what Carrie and Bill do when they're not on the air.
I don't remember any details of that sketch.
It was my grandma was talking about wanting the cheese fries. My grandma Zana. That's all I remember, because I did the voice.
And let's see, one more here.
Sure.
Over the course of the past few years, a number of retro concepts have seen a resurgence. Polaroids. Katie's had some experience with that.
I'm having Polaroid I'm doing Polaroid photos at my wedding for the wedding guest book.
Vinyl records.
Yes.
Flared denim and curtain bangs.
Well,
now, I don't care for.
I'm a flared legging girl. I wear flared leggings a lot.
Yeah, I've seen you wear those.
Yeah.
Now it looks like the new kid on the block to make a comeback is music on cassette tape.
Interesting.
Tapes are smaller. They have the nostalgic factor that compact discs don't have, and they have the analog appeal as well. They're analog. They're not digital. And people think that analog recordings sound better than digital recordings.
Okay.
Cassette sales have increased in Canada by 39% so far. Here in the States, not quite that much, but they are gaining in popularity.
Do you think it could be because of Stranger Things?
Could be.
Because she uses a uses a cassette player and stuff.
And I predicted the cassette would come back with Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, I thought that would too.
They talk about that here in this article. Peter Quill opens the film, of course, by putting on headphones, pressing play on a Walkman, and jamming to "Come and Get Your Love" by Redbone. So that has they say that has something to do with it.
Okay.
People going, oh yeah, those are cool.
Well, cassette players aren't in new cars anymore. And so you're going to have to go out and find a cassette player if you can, or they're going to start making new ones, maybe?
The one thing that's terrible about cassettes, I think, is that when they, if they jam up, if they get caught in they're... Now, I know some people who were fairly good at opening them up, and but whenever I would try it, it was just like a mess.
I had to fix many a cassette tape, and they never sounded the same.
They don't sound the same even if you can fix them. But.
There's a social media video out there where a dad gives his sons a cassette tape, and he goes, "How do you listen to this?" And they take an auxiliary, or like a headphone auxiliary cord, and they're like, "Where do you plug it in?" "I don't know." And they're like trying to listen to the cassette, and I was like, "Oh, these poor kids. They don't know the stress of pencils and cassette tapes and all that."
I kind of liked them. I kind of liked cassettes. I like the compact nature of them.
All right, weather?
Weather, it is going to be a hot one. Currently sitting around 81 right now, which is amazing for it to be 9:30 and that hot. We're going to hit a 96 high today, and then just keep going. 100 tomorrow, 101 on Friday. It's going to be so much fun. Stay cool, stay inside. It's going to be hot, and weather is brought to you by the Liberty Farmers Market is open Thursdays from 4 till dusk at Liberty Park, featuring locally sourced produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged foods, and unique specialty items. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
All right. We got our concert and community calendar after this. Stand by.
Hey, I'm Marcy. I've got coffee in hand, and
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris Mancow.
Sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Probably if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine. And on the copy machine is sitting a big, it's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a cord, fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No. Anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there and it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that? I think to myself. So then I think.
How curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange
Wait a minute,
in there.
you saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
God.
But I, and I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's, it's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange in there. I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, hey, that's mine. And I went,
I'm sorry.
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No. So sorry, I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just I'm just standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building going, "Hey!"
X96.3 and X96.com.
Okay, let me get this engaged, and we'll get Trent on the phone.
You mean Trent Falcone?
Falcone?
We got it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was waiting for Trent Falcone. Is it my turn?
No, it's time for Trent Falcone of Live Nation to tell us about concerts that are going on. Trent, hi.
A little side note, I found out the guilty party that sent you that email.
Oh, really? Who was?
Yeah. He's a buddy.
Okay.
He's a buddy.
We're not going to talk about it.
He warned me. So.
All right.
Anyway.
All right.
Anyhow, how are you guys?
Just fine.
Good.
What's up?
Good.
Busy week of music, as always. So we'll jump right in. Charles Wesley Godwin at the Depot tomorrow night. That's a 21-plus show. Coin at Saltaire, Friday, July 22nd. The Regrets at the Depot, Saturday, July 23rd. That's an all-ages show.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday night, also July 23rd, Jason Aldean, Rock and Roll Cowboy Tour coming out to USANA Amphitheater. And then Tuesday, you've got a lot of great music. You've got to make a choice. You've got Rise Against with The Used and Census Fail at the Lot at the Complex.
Mm-hmm.
That's an outdoor show. And then also out at USANA Amphitheater the same night, Goo Goo Dolls and Blue October.
Oh, man.
Two great
Blue
shows.
October. People love Blue October here.
That's great.
They do love Blue October in Salt Lake City.
Well,
so
we
you've got
just
to make a choice.
We just refer to them as Utah's own, even though they're not from here.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. And then a couple great on sales Friday. Me First and the Gimme Gimmes are returning to the Depot on September 26th,
I love that.
which is an all-ages show. And then one of my favorites, Paramore at Saltaire on October 4th. You're giving tickets away. I believe both of those are 10 a.m., livenation.com. So we're going to do two different giveaways. Obviously, you can't be in the same place at the same time. 2 tickets to the Press Seltzer, Uinta Brewing Party Deck to Goo Goo Dolls Blue October, and then 2 tickets to Rise Against and The Used.
So a random caller to call 877-602-9696, and you might be able to get those.
Trent, how does I've not been to the complex when they do. You say it's outdoors and it's the lot. How do they do that?
How does that work? Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically, if you've been to the complex, you walk in it's their parking lot, essentially.
Yeah, they have that big
the
parking lot.
The stage is on the north side, and they just put it in the parking lot and it goes to the street, and it's a great time.
Wow.
It's a great time. It's going to be a little hot, let's be honest, but it's a great show.
Yeah, and they can put a lot of people in there, huh?
Yeah, I think it holds close to just shy of 4,000, I believe.
It's a pretty big lot.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like that
It's a
idea.
great time. It's a good time. I wish I could go to both. I'm trying to decide which one I'm going to. I love The Used. So
Yeah. Well, family's okay, Trent?
Everybody's great. Everybody's doing well.
All the Falcones are just hanging in there.
We are. Yes, indeed.
Good. Well, it's always nice to hear from you, and great shows, Live Nation. And we'll talk again, in a week?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see you in a week.
Thank you, Trent.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
All right. What else have we got going on, Katie?
Well, coming up tomorrow at Wise Guys, Craig Robinson's going to be here.
Very funny.
I love him. He's super funny, so that'll be a really wonderful time. Also, another show, if you're an EDM head like I am, Getter, he's going to be at the Depot on Friday, and I'm going to be there. I'm really excited for that. If you want some sports coming up, well, the Salt Lake Bees are playing Tacoma Rainiers on Friday at the Smiths Ballpark. And of course, it is it's Pie and Beer weekend, Pie and Beer Day weekend. So you've got the Days of 47 parade going on Saturday at downtown Salt Lake. Pioneer Day Laser Light Night over at Liberty Park on Saturday. Pioneers Day at This Is the Place Heritage Park. It's all going down. Real Salt Lake takes on FC Dallas.
Wait. You've
Yes.
got Pie and Beer on the 25th at the Gateway. Right?
24th. It's going to be Pie and Beer on the actual 24th on Sunday at the Gateway.
I thought it was on the 25th.
No,
Okay.
24th.
All right.
And then RSL plays FC Dallas on Friday. Saturday. Farmers markets are going on all weekend and on Thursdays. And so that's everything coming up your way. If you want to go to any of that, you can head on over to x96.com. There will be a big post posted right after the show for all the links and everything.
Okay.
We will take a break and we'll be right back. Stockton 12 Honda.
Yes, indeed. Stockton 12 Honda. I have purchased cars from Stockton 12 Honda. I have used Stockton 12. I still use Stockton 12 Honda's service department, and I've just been satisfied with it completely. They have a really great group of people there who care about the customers and care about what they're doing at Stockton 12 Honda. Now, Stockton 12 Honda, Hondas are great cars. They work closely with financing entities, so you'll get an affordable payment that won't break the bank when you buy a new car. Stockton 12 Honda knows used cars better than anybody. They'll help you find what you need through their network. As a matter of fact, the last car I bought at Stockton 12 was a used vehicle, and I had a particular one in mind, and they went and found it for me. They didn't have it on the lot, but they found it. Stockton 12 Honda, Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy on Auto Mall Drive.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find Butch and Lehigh on Starbase 182 around lunchtime.
Hey, Lehigh, what's up? You haven't been yourself lately. You seem a little under the weather. Here, I replicated you some lunch. This should put you back on your feet. It's your favorite.
Oh, plomeek soup?
No, macaroni and cheese with little hot dog bits in it. Man, you are sick. I'm taking you to the sick bay.
Are you sure that would be the logical thing to do?
Come on!
Very interesting.
What is it, Doc? What's wrong with Lehigh?
Elder Christiansen here is suffering from plateau.
Plateau? What on earth is that?
Not plateau, plateau.
Oh.
The blood fever. It's not of Earth, my dear Butch. It's a Vulcan disorder. Lehigh here is in the early stages of Ponfar.
But, Doc, look at my companion. I mean, his ears aren't pointy. The blood sample you took from him was red, not green. He's not a Vulcan.
Have the two of you come in contact with any Vulcans recently?
Well, we met with that nice Ambassador Spock fella.
Was there anything unusual about this meeting?
No, we talked for a while. He mind-melded with Lehigh and then sent us packing like everybody else.
Mind melded with a Vulcan? Oh, dear.
Well, he said it would be the fastest way for us to tell him about the gospel.
Now, what's this got to do with Lehigh losing his appetite and then resetting the environmental controls in our apartment up to Moab standard temperatures?
Ponfar is the Vulcan mating ritual. Unless the individual who's suffering from the blood fever gets to Vulcan in time, he will die.
I still don't understand how Lehigh contracted this blood fever thing anyway.
The Vulcan who did the mind meld must have transferred it into the Lehigh's mind during the meld. No matter how he contracted it, you must get to Vulcan within the next 72 hours or your companion will be dead.
Okay, Vulcan it is. Come on, Lehigh, we better get going.
But Vulcan isn't in our Tracton area. We're not supposed to go outside of this quadrant. You know the rules. Zone Leader Hansen would never approve of us making a personal visit to Vulcan.
Oh, to heck with Hansen. They can send us both home if they want to. I just want to make sure you go home breathing.
Will our elders get to Vulcan in time to save Lehigh? Will Zone Leader Hansen get them sent home for leaving the quadrant? Will Ambassador Spock apologize for giving Lehigh plateau? What is exactly in plomeek soup anyway? Tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Hold on, Lehigh. Just a couple more hours and we'll be on Vulcan.
Butch, wouldn't it be more logical to reduce our speed to warp 6 in order to make the best possible speed while reducing the stress on the dilithium crystals?
Oh.
On the next mind-melding episode of Space Elders!
ladies and James. Pegleg Johnson, the one-legged stand-up comic. We're going to have him back real soon. Now, don't go away, folks, because in just a few minutes, you're going to be laughing your butts off with our headliner, Gallagher! Gallagher! You know, the guy with the watermelons? Yeah, well, anyway, it's time for a special treat here at Bananas, the best comedy club in a shopping mall in downtown Sheboygan. Please welcome the comedy stylings of Little Tommy Little, the 3-year-old stand-up comic!
Thank you, folks. It's great to be here. Now, stop me if you've heard this one. Why did the little moron saw his toilet in half?
Get off the stage!
I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, mister.
What?
Mister, is that a bug in your drink?
Where?
Made you look, made you stare, made you lose your underwear, stupid head booger face. Poo-poo pee-pee.
A 9:52, and well, I don't know. I hate to brag.
Oh,
You see, I got this in the mail.
well, can I sponsor whatever you got in the mail?
Sure, go ahead.
Pick 3 services for $99.
All right.
Yeah.
Fancy. It's even got my name in fancy font on the front.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Carrie
there's a
Jackson.
Picture of a steak.
Complimentary steakhouse reservation for 2. Even says the Jackson Party right there.
Yeah.
Register for 2.
And they want to sell you.
Well, I don't know. I haven't opened it yet.
They want to sell you something.
Oh, I'm sure they just want to give me dinner.
No, they're going to give you a sales pitch
Because they
about
want to
something.
know. They know who I am.
Retirement
They know
fund
who
or
I
something.
am.
They know who I am. They
Pulling a
want you
bill
to-
over here.
They're just inviting me to dinner.
They want to set up a retirement fund.
They want to talk about my retirement plan.
Yep.
They must not know that you signed a contract for two years.
Yeah, I can't afford to retire, Michael.
I get those all the time. And they're usually for Ruth's Chris, a place I've never been.
A place I won't go.
Yeah.
Even though I'm tempted, because if it's as good as that steak I had in Las Vegas.
There are plenty of other steakhouses that you can get a good steak.
Yeah, I mean, there's Spencer's. There's the one, Spencer's is right next door to us, too.
Yeah.
In the,
Yep.
It's right over
in the
there.
hotel.
The
Yeah.
Marriott Hotel, I think.
Yeah, and I've been there. They're good. They are very good.
Michael wants to take care of my money for me.
Mm-hmm.
Of course he does.
Isn't that nice of Michael? Well, if you're spending it on steaks, Michael, I'm not sure I want you to...
He wants you to invest in a beefsteak mine.
for my retirement.
Yeah, it's an old W.C. Fields. I'm going to sell you some shares in a beefsteak mine.
Well, okay. I guess I won't be be lording over a free steak dinner over you.
No. Well.
Oh well. Okay. Anything else going on? We got a couple of minutes here.
I have a flamingo.
Is that what in the world?
It just kind of showed up. My wife.
Is it for like a drink in the pool or something?
Yeah, it's a drink caddy to float in
okay.
a pool.
That makes sense.
So it's
in your pool.
That
yeah,
you have, right?
blow it up, and it floats to your pool, and you put a drink in there.
Huh.
What I've been doing with it is just putting it in different areas of the house, like, just it'll show up in various weird locations.
Does it make you smile? Is that why you're doing this?
It's to make my wife smile. But now she's started taking it from where I put it and putting it in other places.
So it's just a game for you guys at this point.
Yeah. It's a little amusement, you know. We have very few of those in our lives.
Well, that's the little things.
Well, and to
that's
be
what
honest,
matters.
I don't think that it'll work very good as a koozie on the water.
I wou't think so either.
No.
I was going to say, I'm curious how that actually works because I don't think it would.
It does not.
Maybe I'll try it in the tub. Take a bath, and I like to take a bath, and when I take a long bath, a soak, I like to have a can of beer with me.
Mm-hmm.
So I sip a big giant Pabst or something, and take a hot bath. I enjoy that. So
Brett in the chat room goes, it's Elf on a Shelf, but for drinking.
yeah, it's kind of that.
There you go. In your pool
That you have.
My wife would really love to have a swimming pool.
Really?
And she said it yesterday. She said, I want to have a pool. And I said, well, okay, I can go down to Walmart and I'll get you one.
Yeah.
Get a kiddie pool. My father-in-law has a pool, and I love it. And it's a salt pool, so he can have it so his dogs can play in it. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Just so expensive to keep up.
Yes, it is.
I think it's a little less expensive when you have a saltwater.
Yeah. Yeah, saltwater pool's really
but
nice.
But still, you have to maintain it. And in our climate, you can't use it for several months.
Yeah, not in the winter.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exit, shall we?
Yep.
Okay. We ready?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up on Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
Well, at 6:45, Carrie will have some geek news for us. And then after that, Mayor Mendenhall will join us at 7:45 for the Salt Lake City update.
And, of course, there will be more Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. Cool. Okay, I think we're good.
Yep.
Fine job as always, Katie.
Thank you.
Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Take care and be safe out there.
All right. Marcy is next.